Everything. What is it from here? Next to us.
No, it's the other mic.
See, you just said it's another microphone. The it's a, no, no, it's the name of the company. Red Ronin. Ronin. So you just said it's another one. See, I can hear myself. We're streaming live.
Shut down this.
It's the name of the company. Red Ronin. Ronin.
I was going to check yesterday. Live stream.
And in the recent decades, we have taken a proactive approach into citizenship in particular. So Aramco in 2024 have invested around or even more than $500 million in social investment, and 98% of that was spent in Kingdom. Activa program, which stands for In Kingdom Total Value Add Program, which aims to localizing much of the supply chain, basically have contributed in 2024 again, have contributed around or even more than $37 billion to the kingdom's GDP. Another example, and the final example, is the National Championship Program, which is an umbrella for various initiatives that basically act as the incubator for all these brilliant youth ideas and proposals, and basically transform them to viable enterprises. And those initiatives have contributed to an estimated 70,000 jobs. So this is how sustainability looks like in the global south, in the Middle East. It's really how different businesses try to deliver the value across all these different aspects.
Absolutely. Fantastic answer, and you're really showing how the local supply chain, you're bringing the community along with your investment, and some huge numbers there. I mean, bringing that closer to business, how can companies view sustainability as a core driver of value rather than a cost?
You know, Kelly, it's been 10 years since Paris. Some of us who were there in Le Bourget, actually, so it was less glamorous. It wasn't really Paris, but in the suburbs. But for those of us who've been there and even participated virtually, it feels like yesterday, but so much had happened since then. Everything expected and much less or more unexpected, starting with a global pandemic, economic downturn, a variety of geopolitical situation, and to say the least, an extremely increasing complex landscape of policies. So all of that, how do you manage really to drive business value, which is also capable of delivering progress on your environmental and social aspects? I would say, if you'd ask me, who are the players who can stand the test of time, I would say the pragmatists. The pragmatists who had made business rational decisions to deliver this enduring value, not because it was a trend or it was flashy back then, but because they really wanted to make sure they scored as much as possible with their effort. And let me take a moment to say something that I think is very critically important. You know, for years we have been talking about energy transition, and it took us a while to realize it's going to be energy transitions in plural form because of the diversity we have talking about. And in the recent even years, we were talking about energy addition, because you know what? Energy transition for some communities around the globe is going to be a transition from no energy to reliable energy, from burning biomass to something like LPG, for example. For others, rightfully, it's going to be an energy addition coming from renewable sources in addition to the conventional energy mix. So there is a very important role for the additionality that is going to be really critical, I think, in unlocking the future. So once again, with all of this complexity, how do you still manage to drive business value underpinned by your beliefs of the importance of environmental and social aspects? In Aramco case, sustainability, resilience, growth, and profitability are the four aspects of our operational philosophy. So this is also coupled with our guiding belief that affordable and reliable energy is going to continue to play a critical role in addressing the increasing demand by the world, and that on one part make us drive even further GHG reduction in our oil and gas business. And also the guiding belief include that also the additionality of new low emission sources that are going to be complementary to the conventional energy mix as we go on. So that makes us also in a position to invest in solutions, in technologies that will help us address that. So in practical terms, We continue to maintain our low upstream carbon intensity. We stand at 9.7 kilogram per barrel of oil equivalent, and we lead and pioneer various initiatives under that front. Something like last year we have delivered the 5 shipments of carbon offset verified crude cargoes at an average intensity of 7.4 of all these different shipments. So that's one bucket. And additionally, we are investing more in our basically new energy portfolio, things like synthetic fuel, hydrogen-based mobilities, and so on. And additionally, our $1.5 billion sustainability fund dedicated more than $100 million for sustainability technology, or even 62 or more than that, a little bit, 62 or 63% of our R&D spent is allocated toward, again, sustainability technology, and that's more than $600 million. So all of that, and I'm not going to say additionally again, I'll stop here because you get the point about the additionality, but this is how, in our case, we drive the value for enduring business, enduring and measurable business efforts that also can complement the progress on environmental and social fronts.
Fantastic. I mean, I think you definitely show the additional benefits there, and it's important across the globe on the transitional risk, in whether that's a climate transition or an energy transition, and using the appropriate technologies for where you're located. Let's continue at the global scale and move on from sustainability a little to regeneration. So, Arhana, many companies claim to be sustainable, but few are truly regenerative. How can leaders distinguish between the two? And is regeneration really achievable at scale?
Well, I'll tell you the easiest way to distinguish between sustainability and regeneration is how many parents in the room? Parents? There you go. So when you send your kids off to school in the morning, do you tell them, go, be less bad today? Or do you tell them, go be good today? Learn something, I hope, right? That is the difference between sustainability and regeneration. Sustainability is less bad. Regeneration is not less bad. That's not good enough. That's defeatist. Regeneration is higher ambition. It's saying, be good. Less bad is not good enough. We need to be more good. Or another way of saying this, I always crack this joke, which makes people laugh. When someone asks you, how's your marriage? And you say, it's sustainable. That's not very good, is it? You want something which is higher ambition, regenerative, better. So that's how I, in layman's term, differentiate between the two. And you're absolutely right, Kelly. We have a wave of greenwashing as we speak. And there are lots of companies, businesses, destinations who claim to be regenerative, but guess what? They're importing food from 15 different countries, sometimes across the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. Or you have cheap imported labor from poor countries. Or you have eco-resorts which are being built on land which needed the entire mangrove and the green biodiversity population to be bulldozed. So that's not regenerative by any stretch of imagination. But the good thing is there is a change in mindset, and people and leaders especially are kind of buying and coming onto the bandwagon of being regenerative because sustainability is not good enough. I could give you tons of examples. I love Patagonia as a brand, which has been talking about this for 25, 30 years, long before it became popular and the cool thing to do. I love companies like Microsoft, who are now saying, you know what, it's not enough to capture the carbon. We are going to erase the carbon for all of our years and history of existence, which is commendable. IKEA is doing it, where they don't want to have fast furniture anymore. They want to have furniture which lasts a lifetime. So they're even repairing and fixing things for you. But if you look at all of these companies or businesses, the one thing that's common to all of them is these are businesses and leaders who have the courage to question the status and they're happy to go against the grain to do so. So in a sense, you're saying as a business, if you're not net positive for people, for the planet, for power, you do not have a right to exist. So if you're truly regenerative as a business, you have nature in the black, which means by virtue of you existing, the biodiversity is increasing in a place. You have people in the black, by which I mean you're not just employing the locals, that's easy. You have the locals as the co-owners. They are the ones who are delivering and actually delivering on the supply chain, so the entire value system and the life system. And then you have power in the black, because that's when communities are building destinations together, not as a bystander, but as an active participant and co-creator. And how do you scale it, which was your last bit of question? You scale it with policy. You scale it with pricing. If regenerative, sustainable solutions are the cheapest, it becomes a no-brainer, right? That's how you do it.
Fantastic. That's amazing energy there. I love it. I feel like we can do it tomorrow now. So, sorry, you've worked across 85 countries. What lessons can Saudi Arabia and other emerging markets teach the world about aligning profit with purpose beyond Western ESG frameworks?
So what can Saudi Arabia teach the rest of the world with regards to? Right. Let me give you 3 things, and they're all game-changing, right? Number 1, in the Western world, ESG is often translated as a glossy report.
Yes.
And ESG also considers nature as a cost center and as a resource to draw down on. Saudi Arabia is now setting an example where permission is being baked into the outcome, by which I mean, if you want to operate in the kingdom, you need to be tangibly be able to demonstrate that you're actually adding to the net biodiversity. You're adding to the locals by job creation, by skills, by training, and that is setting a new precedent which has not existed in the past. It's where you actually have purpose baked into policy. That's number 1. Second is again sharing of power. You have the locals not just getting employed, but you have the locals be the leaders, the heroes in the dish, so to speak. Al-Ola is one of my favorite places on earth. And we see this transformation happening, and we demonstrated there, where the rangers from the local community are the ones who are responsible for rewilding, and they've done that for 1,000 gazelles, ibex, and other forms of life, wildlife, which is absolutely fantastic. And you have the local artisans who are not just giving a little contribution to put in the lobby, but they're actually the entire supply chain for the entire project. So you are really being co-creators in your own project community. And the final one, I have always believed, is about power, where you have, of course, a lot of the giga projects which are happening in the kingdom. But for me, the one thing that Saudi Arabia can really teach the world is logistical precision, and that comes from religious tourism. Long before any of these things, kingdom has been hosting millions of pilgrims with absolute perfect precision. I'm talking time management, I'm talking crowd control, I'm talking heat protocols. And if we can manage millions circling around the Kaaba, we can actually teach the world how to look after the resources without endangering people or planet. What is a few thousand people in a coral reef when we're dealing with millions of people? So I think it's a great example of purpose in action.
Can I add something
Fantastic
to
answer.
Aradna?
Yes.
So Aradna, sorry, I just need to add
Please
something.
do.
So Aradna actually touched on a really important point, which is precision and dedication. So we as a charity, so SAHFA falls under the regulator who are, well, we have 2, but one of them is the Ministry of Economy and Planning. And MEP came to us and said, listen, you're a charity. As a third sector, you have to start reporting on your ESG. And of course, that was music to my ears. I mean, I come from that background. I'm very comfortable with that. But for me, I've never seen a third sector being asked by law to report on their environmental and social impact.
And that's ESG by governance, not ESG as charity, and which is what we need.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. We're running a little low on time, so I wonder if, Shihan, could you round us up with a final question on purpose? You've led the ESG communications for some of the world's largest corporations. Do you believe it's become too performative, more about image than integrity? And how can we reclaim its true purpose?
Well, listen, the problem, first of all, we need to differentiate between sustainability, CSR, and ESG. Sustainability is how you operate as a company now without harming the future. We know that. ESG is actually data. It's the data that you have to report on to showcase that you are not harming the future generation. So it's a series of data. So we're not the target market for ESG, by the way, unless you're an investor or a regulator. So let's begin with that, okay? Second thing is, it is extremely complicated. So Munira's world is extremely complicated. It's very scientific. It's very rooted into climate and acronyms that it's extremely difficult to communicate. So the issue that we're having at this moment and plus there is regulations coming our way, left, right, and center. There's around 300 regulations right now that people have to follow. Where do we start? So the issue that we're having is that we're being regulated to report on something, but we're not ready because the infrastructure isn't helping us. Hence, we don't have the data, and the data is not accurate all the time. And we don't have the skill set either, to be frank with you. So as a result, there'll be a lot of greenwashing. But going back to your point about greenwashing, I'm going to be a bit controversial here. I'm okay with greenwashing. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because at least you had the courage to talk about what you're doing. It's the opposite of green hushing. There is a lot of green hushing that's happening. No, people are doing amazing work. Organizations are doing amazing work, but they're too afraid to talk about it. So we're not learning from them, you know. And as a result, I commend, because if you are greenwashing and you get caught, you're going to learn the hard way and you're going to fix it. But green hushing is the biggest threat.
I suppose it's all about being authentic, isn't it?
Yes.
If you're doing it with authenticity, then it's great to talk about it.
Correct.
Thank you. I wonder if you could all give me one closing reflection, that captures the discussion today that's come to mind for yourselves. Sarah, would you like to start?
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, maybe some of you have heard me talk before, but I think the future is a balancing act. And we do ourselves a disservice if we just focus on one variable of a very complex and multidimensional equation. As Noura put it very, very articulate way, ecology and economy work together. So I think it's very important to have that underpinned by pragmatism and driven by the same commitment and excitement. Thank you.
Noura?
For me, I believe in a grassroots engagement is the key.
Purpose in action. A room full of women, all sitting right in front with Her Royal Highness Noura, bringing together creativity and courage which can defy any odd. Purpose in action.
Amazing.
For me, small steps. If you are regulated and you're being asked to become a sustainable company, don't try to achieve everything at the same time. Do it in small phases and learn from your mistakes. And don't look outside for what your peers are doing because they might not be right. Do what's good for you and what serves your purpose and your strategy for growth.
Thank you, everyone. That was fantastic. And thank you to our audience and everyone for listening today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. What a great day to start the panel with. And now, before we move on with the agenda today, there is a very small announcement that I would like to share with you, ladies and gentlemen. There is actually a great mentorship program that is happening right now at the moment of speaking, which is happening at the Black Box space outside. It is definitely a great time with great people that you can spend. I know it's already started, but there is still opportunity for people who are interested to go have a seat and enjoy and take all the benefit out of this mentorship program. And the session that is happening right now, it's under the topic of leadership at the top, from insecurity to inner authority. So if you are interested, please make your way to that Black Box space where you can actually have a lot of great info that definitely going to help you succeed. And next, we are going on with a keynote speech. So I would love also to welcome to the stage Mr. Hamid Al-Harthi, Executive Director and Sustainability at SABIC. And he will talk about SABIC sustainability, how collaboration and inclusion power SABIC's transformation. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Hamid Al-Harthi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It is an honor to be here among such remarkable people, visionaries, entrepreneurs, and leaders who remind us that creativity and courage are the true engines of progress. I think the previous panel is a good introduction to my speech, although there were some discussions about regenerative versus sustainable. I will stick with sustainable in this speech. When we speak about sustainability, we usually think technology, innovation, or we think ESG. But at the heart of it, sustainability is about people, their ideas, their integrity, and their shared responsibility for tomorrow. To me, sustainability is not a department, although I'm leading one. It's a mindset, a strategic transformation to align the growth with the impact. And nowhere is this transformation more visible than here in Saudi Arabia, where Vision 2030 is redefining what progress means for our economy, for our society, and for every young person, especially every young woman who now sees opportunities open for them. Let me give you a brief about SABIC's sustainability journey. SABIC's story began almost 50 years ago. We are a global petrochemical company with one main idea, and the idea was turning the waste gas that is associated with the oil production into valuable products. This simple. So, in a nutshell, the origin of SABIC is or was circular. It was sustainable way before the phrase sustainability was common. Since then, we evolved. We launched a sustainability program in 2009, and we have a couple of firsts that I will share with you. We launched one of the first sustainability reports back in 2012, and in 2023, we launched the integrated report, where we combined the financial and non-financial reporting, emphasizing on transparency. In 2015, we have started one of the largest CO2 capture and utilization plants in the world in Jubail City, capturing up to 500,000 tons of CO2 and converting that into useful products such as methanol or urea, or in some of the food we consume. Perhaps it is now in your sparkling water as the bubbles in the sparkling water. In 2019, we launched SABIC True Circle. It's a program enabling customers around the world to close the material loops through advanced recycling. And in 2021, we announced our carbon neutrality aspiration to be carbon neutral by 2050 in an alignment with Paris Agreement and the Kingdom aspiration. Each milestone tells the same story. Sustainability in SABIC is not a separate agenda. Sustainability in SABIC is the way we do business, driven by innovation, but powered by people. And let me talk a little bit more about people. Our progress is powered by people, whether here in the kingdom or around the globe. Technology can take us far. However, people, their creativity and conviction will take us further. At SABIC, women and men working together side by side to reimagine chemistry and create change. We have various councils, but I'll talk about one for the sake of time. And by the way, everyone is talking about the time backstage, huh? Through SABIC Women Network, we call it she, SABIC empowers women as leaders, partners, and influencers. It is not just mentorship. It's about visibility, capability, and community. SABIC colleagues, female colleagues, have represented Saudi Arabia at various United Climate Change forums, whether in the climate change or in the plastic treaty, where they are ambassadors of both expertise and purpose. We are especially proud of their role in the B20 Gender and Anti-Corruption Initiative. It was launched during the Kingdom's G20 presidency, supported by SABIC. This program has now been adopted by regional NGOs and global program international organizations to train women in supply chain, for example, to recognize and report corruption, which is a powerful tool to make the system stronger. Now allow me to share with you 3 lessons of SABIC sustainability journey. First, sustainability needs long-term vision. Decisions made today must benefit those who will come after. Second, inclusive leadership unleashes creativity. When scientists, engineers, policymakers, women and men together share one table, solutions become not only technical but meaningful. Third, empathy is a strength. In international negotiations, I have seen that success depends not on who talks the most, but on those who listens the best. Leadership begins with understanding what matters to others, with building bridges, not silos. And for my closing, sustainability cannot be achieved by one company or one country. dare I say, that was tried before and didn't work. It requires collaboration across industry, governments, and societies. Each one of us, whether in business, government, academia, art, carries their role. At SABIC, we view partnership as an opportunity to multiply the impact. If 1 + 1 = 2, that is not a real partnership. It should be 1 + 1 give you a multiple of that. At SABIC, we are proud to walk the path, guided by purpose, powered by people, and inspired by partners like you. Thank you very much.
Would like to extend our thanks to Mr. Hamid. And for now, we're going to move on with one of the most interesting panels of the day with a huge number of ladies who's going to share a lot of great information up on the stage today. So please, let's welcome to the stage Ms. Zainab Al Khairu, Executive Director, Global Chamber London, founder and principal of ZAL Consultant, which we will be hearing her insight as a moderator and the panelist of Women in Money, Investment, Power and Prosperity, how capital creates lasting impact. So once again, let's welcome together Ms. Zainab Al Khairu to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. It is such a pleasure to be invited here. Thank you so much for having me. I want to begin by saying what a profound honor it is to moderate this session, not just because of the topic, but because of where we are, who's in the room, and what this moment represents. I'm Zainab Al Khairu. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Chamber London and founder of ZAL Consulting, where I work at the intersection of business, government, cross-border investment, and women in leadership, particularly between the UK and the GCC region. And before I go any further, let me tell you a personal story. Saudi Arabia is not just part of my professional focus, it's part of me. My father served a decade as General Counsel for the Iraqi embassy here in Saudi. And I spent part of my earlier life here. I still carry Saudi in my blood, both literally and emotionally. Returning to this country now at this moment of transformation feels like coming full circle, but what excites me the most isn't the skyscrapers or the headlines, no. It's the conversations like this one, like the one we're about to have, with women who are not just participating in change, but leading it. Now, let me share a little story, another one, but that will sum up why this session is so important. A few months ago, I was invited to speak at a major tech forum in London. And it was a full house of VCs, founders, the kind of crowd that claims to be global thinkers. After my panel, a woman founder came up to me, well-meaning, I'm sure, and she said, "Thank you, Zainab. Now, the question is, can women really close deals in Saudi?" I took a minute, I paused, and I thought, Zainab, this is an opportunity to educate. So I proceeded, and I said, not only do women close deals in Saudi, they design the structure, navigate their teams and their terms, manage the capital, and build the businesses. And I meant every single word, because here they do it with grace. And through my own business, I've worked with Saudi women in finance, tech, AI, real estate, and investment, women leading VC funds, transforming family offices, and advising governments on billion-dollar strategies. In fact, some of the most agile and commercially sharp minds I've worked with within this region are women. But here's the issue. While the talent is there, access to capital and visibility still isn't always evenly distributed. And that's why this panel is so important, because capital isn't just about money, it's about power. And how we share it, how we invest it, and how we shape it. And in my work, I see that money is not gender neutral, but impact can be. So today, our goal is not just to discuss wealth, is to reimagine how women use investment, not only to build prosperity, but drive long-lasting systemic impact. We have an extraordinary group of women with us on stage today, and I believe it is the biggest panel of the forum yet, across finance, tech, academia, entrepreneurship, and leadership. Each brings a powerful perspective. And I'll be asking them questions shortly, some reflective, some practical, all designed to give you real insight, hope, and inspiration. So, without further ado, let's introduce the panelists. Khaloud Al-Dukhail, CFA, CEO, Irtiqa Financial Company. A pioneer in Saudi finance, Khaloud has restructured major institutions and opened new pathways for female leaderships in the corporate financial sector. Her perspective represents the intersection of government, risk management, and legacy. Welcome, Khaloud. Next, we have Noura Al-Munif. Noura is head of business technology, Arab National Bank, an innovation leader who has modernized core banking and capital systems. Noura represents the technology vanguard of Saudi finance, where transformation meets human experience. Welcome, Noura. Eleanor Howarth. Eleanor Howarth is the founder and Creative Brain Academy, a wealth manager turned neuroscience and creativity advocate. Eleanor redefines prosperity through mental health, resilience, and holistic intelligence. Welcome, Eleanor. And we have Dr. Anna Armstrong, founder and CEO, AIM Cube Senior Lecturer in FinTech University of Greenwich. A global finance authority and AI innovator, Dr. Armstrong uses behavioral science and technology to make investment more intelligent, inclusive, and accessible. Welcome, Dr. Anna. And it is a pleasure to introduce the Honorable Islay Olivia Salinas, a chairman of the board, Creative Women Platform. She is an energetic catalyst for constructive impact on humanity and the conservation of our planet, a steadfast champion and executive counsel to all manner of female-inspired initiatives and the creative arts. Welcome, Islay. Next, we have Al-Zahra Al-Forzan, Head of Investment and Money Markets, Arab National Bank, a new generation strategist driving liquidity and investment at one of Saudi Arabia's leading banks. Her work embodies balance, precision, and long-term value. Welcome, Al-Zahra. And Dr. Anoud Al-Utaibi, economist and assistant professor of Princess Noura University and consultant on Women Leadership Center. A thought leader in women's economic empowerment, Dr. Al-Anoud bridges research and policy, helping design a more inclusive and equitable Saudi labor market. Welcome, Dr. Anoud. And last but not least, we have Ida Beerhalter, co-head of IOME, a private investment partnership of women principals from the Gulf region, with its head office in Riyadh, here in this kingdom. Welcome all. We're going to start our session now. What a powerhouse in here. Another round of applause, please. Khaloud, you have been working in the banking sector and family office for more than 25 years. Is that one working? Is that better? Great. how would you describe the evolution of the Saudi private sector and women engagement?
Thank you so much for this invitation to participate. It's an absolute honor to be here on the stage of Princess Noura University with all these lovely women, colleagues. And, with all this number, I'm going to try to make it very short. So the private sector in Saudi Arabia, although started slow in empowering women and observing women because the government was the first employer of women in the Saudi economy in the 60s and 70s in education and healthcare. We saw the beginning of 80s how the private sector, through specifically the financial sector, start embracing women. طبعا moving fast forward several decades, we see today, I would say, short of an explosion in empowering women in the private sector. So there is the change is due to two things. First, there's the natural evolution of the private sector's role in the economy in general, and recently the mandate for the private sector in the 2030 vision, which has completely changed in terms of its participation. That aligned with all the changes that empowered women even before the transformation from King Abdullah time to an absolute, I would say, revolution in empowering women and enabling them to participate. So the incubator to women empowerment has been the private sector. And one of the main reasons is that, moving forward, is that SMEs, or let me say at least 80%, if not more, of the kingdom's private sector is really SMEs. And the engine behind SMEs have always been women participation. So the private sector continues to evolve with the transformation, leaps ahead, and this is just in a nutshell private sector evolution.
Here. Thank you very much for that. Noura, you've been an instrumental part in digitizing the banking system. With AI now rewriting how we trust, save, and invest, do you think technology can ever truly replace the human judgment that drives financial wisdom?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure to be among a great women leadership here. So speaking of AI, when we speak about AI and technology, I always remind myself that banking is a relationship business. It's all about trust, advice, and understanding customer needs and wants at the right time. So AI helps us to do this at scale. Not to replace our judgments, but to make it more faster and reliable. So AI at its power when it makes the experience of the customer more personalized rather than more mechanical or robotic. So no, AI is to support human judgment, not to replace it. And also it's powerful when helping our team to do more critical thinking activities rather than doing repetitive tasks. So usually when we design or deploy AI, we study the customer journey from three main angles. The first one is friction points. Many organizations or financial banks that deploy AI in the customer journey to detect friction points, for example, during the application of mortgage application. If there is a fraction of the customer, then the software or the application will prompt the user to have a real-time support from a human or to have like a guided actions. The second point is when there is many repetitive tasks at the back office, for example, reviewing legal documents, reviewing collateral, etc. AI can be deployed to replace maybe repetitive activities and free time for the employees to do more critical thinking tasks. The third angle is where it requires a data-rich analysis, where AI can be deployed to study customer behavior, customer activities, and detect and be proactive to support the customer with his needs and asks. So AI is powerful to support judgment, to support our work, and not to replace a human judgment.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Noura. Helena, you bridge wealth management with neuroscience, a unique perspective. Do you believe the future of prosperity will depend more on emotional regulation rather than financial acumen?
Thank you for the questions. Hello, hello everybody, and thank you for having me here. I'm very pleased and delighted. It's my second forum in Riyadh, so very pleased. And thanks, Lena, for the question. It's really a question of my passion. So I wouldn't actually believe it's either or, resilience or financial knowledge. But I would say that they work well together, and I would say that resilience is backing up financial knowledge and education, and it's a multiplier that actually determines whether it will be translated actually in the prosperity. Not because of a lack of financial knowledge. They happen because people sometimes are not resilient enough, and they overreact. So they tend to go into the panic selling, and go into fear or greed mentality. That's, we all, I think, understand how it happens, basically. And what's interesting, I did a little bit of research, and actually the data backs it up. There is a quantitative analysis of investor behavior report, was done this year and published earlier in 25, and it shows that the average investor underperforms the market, not because they pick back funds, but because they buy high when they're excited. And then they sell low when they are terrified. It's the official data of the reputable company, just if we think about it. I will repeat them with numbers because I think it's very important that average that's the data. So despite the strong performance of the market, because market really did well. And actually, coming back to neuroscience support that, because our rational decision-making center, our prefrontal cortex, literally, we can say, simplifying things, it goes offline under stress. So when we are under stress, when we are in fears, we cannot take decisions properly. It just doesn't work. So without emotional regulation, I think the decisions will be maybe poorly made. So Warren Buffett, it's a good example. I'm not saying it's a magic pill, but he sits still very often when there is panic in the market, and he is one of the best performers in the financial markets, just to give you an example. So to sum up, yes, financial acumen and knowledge is a baseline, but emotional regulation is very much necessary as well in our world.
Thank you so much. Portfolios and now develop AI-driven investment.
It is a great question, thank you. So I will start this answer with a story. 25 years ago at UBS, 2 years ago, I was a senior portfolio manager for the government pension fund, and I have to say that what we have done 25 years ago is actually a foundation of ethical and responsible investment. And the platform that I'm creating is actually how do we address inclusion? I have given elective lectures, and I'm on advisory boards of universities in London, Hong Kong, and Nairobi. While I was delivering my lectures across different continents, I have realized two things. One, the young generation all over the world share something in common. They're empowered, they know how to use their gadgets, and they all want to take control over their finances. So this is not a generation that wants to call investment brokers. They want to decide there on the spot. At the same time, 80% of young people do not have education and information to make informed, rational decisions. 80% of them lose all their money within 1 year of investment. So I decided to actually gather the right information, that a person will need to make an investment decision, which is pretty much similar to what a sophisticated hedge fund in London or New York will have on their desk. So we're building a lot because education and information are two prerequisites for a rational decision making. So I believe that new technologies, blockchain technology, also ICOs are changing the market. In the past, you had to be extremely wealthy client of a private bank to be offered in Revolut Bank 7-8 years ago. Now you would have 900,000 pounds. This indicates that technologies, crowdfunding, tokenization are really involving wider population into investment offerings. So the big leap we have seen through M-Pesa, let's say, in Kenya.
The generational change is just almost incomparable. Wow. And it happens so, so quickly. Fascinating. Thank you. What have you learned about power? Does it true influence in investment come from intellect, intuition, or endurance? And you're just the perfect person who can answer that for us today.
Well, that is such an ambitious question in so many ways. First of all, I've never money and prosperity. However, being a grafter and working in the industry, I realized how very complex it can be to really create intuition is a very strong one if you feel that your intuition is leading you correctly. Because as Elena said, sometimes we have fear, emotion, and some of the first books that I studied and learned with were all about the herd syndrome, following markets, and really trying to understand the mentality of investing, which I think is so important. So for me, there's been paradigm changes from when I started, and it's actually, time marches on 4 decades as opposed to 3. But what I find is that each era has its own particular requirements, and I think the key is really thinking about why these financial products, the mission within the organization you're working with is happening, and what is the solution? What are you trying to achieve in promoting these particular products, this particular discipline, this particular project finance? And for me, it was always, what is the solution and how are we going to get there? And reverse engineering that as opposed to following whatever was being produced within the organization as a product. And oftentimes in finance, people don't necessarily get it right. There was a lot of education to do within the large supranational and sovereign organizations, corporations, even the banks and treasuries. And my great success was really helping them to understand the mission and what needed to be achieved, whether it was with the balance sheet, with the product, and going back to your organization and creating something that's germane to the process, that's going to make a difference, it's going to have everybody achieving similar goals. How can we create an outcome that is also a win-win? Because oftentimes there's an intolerance, I think, within organizations that are looking at profit as opposed to purpose. And I think capital to have an impact, those two things have to be married. And I think as we go on generationally, and as I assure that the capital is creating purpose, and you can craft within what you're doing demands on money and capital and investment to really have that purpose and make sure that you instill that in all the financings that you work with, whether it's discreetly or overtly or demanding that the finance really does impact the solution as opposed to being simply profit generative. That doesn't work anymore, and I think in this world we've found that that's really counter to what we need.
But it's just how the questions are written, so I'll come back to you in 1 second. But I'm just going to Zahra. So lovely to have you here, Zahra. Success is often measured by risk appetite.
Go to the button.
Hello, hello.
All right, thank you.
Hello. Is this working?
And managing all risk associated with the treasury. So early on, and I was the only female on this trading floor, so it was a bit awkward in the beginning. And early on, the balance between caution and ambition, it resonated in the market book, and I carry both perspectives with me. While you need ambition to grow, board of directors, and we do have a clear, defined risk framework. We do abide by these framework while we strive to have optimal returns. However, our ambition is guided by data, scenario analysis, as well as a deep understanding of the market dynamics swiftly, and to pause when the situation need you to pause a little bit and slow down. And I do believe women have this instinct naturally. We are all strategic thinking, and we always think of long-term perspective. And I believe this is what helped me balance the two perspective, caution and ambition.
Thank you so much. Such a valuable answer. Thank you so much for that, Al-Zahra. Dr. Anud, coming back to you now. Long-term productivity it unlocks?
That's a wonderful question, because what makes inclusion powerful is also transformation of social norm, aspiration, and opportunity across generations. Shape the very foundation of the economy. So when women participate fully, families invest differently, the productivity itself. It is the multiplier of...
Ida, hello there. You seem quite far away from me right now. Ada, what are the principles of financial...
Even more, you have to have an awareness what triggers you to make a decision. So what you often have, and I think Elena said it, it's kind of this answer of the other part is, I thought you love and trust me. So like, and I always say, that's not the topic. I can, for example, make an example of my husband, and he said to me, but don't you trust me, that I inherit, I will keep this promise. It's like, I trust you not. The question, or not to say, I don't understand. And I often put it on the head that when I talk with people who try to sell me financial products, I'm actually slightly arrogant and I say, if you don't make me understand, that's your problem, because I don't buy your product. I don't invest in you. So this awareness of other people have, because often we make purchases to be more beautiful, be more liked, be more accepted, social purchases, which are actually often fall under the sector that you spend money you don't have for things you don't need to impress people who don't care. So that's a little bit where you really have to sit down with yourself, and I ask myself with every purchase, every investment, why I'm doing this and what is triggering me. And sometimes it's the fear of missing out the next big exit. Sometimes it's, excitement because everybody around said me, oh, this is fantastic, there will be the next unicorn, whatever. You switch off your rationale. And then self-care is also about that you make the distinction what brings you pleasure and what brings you happiness, and I simplify it a little bit. So if you buy something, that kind of makes your body to give you dopamine, which is kind of pleasure. And if you are happy, then your body gives you serotonin. But what people often don't understand is that dopamine is blocking serotonin. Actually, pleasure blocks happiness. So it's kind of, and this is what I, for example, when I talk with my children, I say, I want to have this purchase.
And I actually, whilst we're with you, Ida, I'd like to ask you about the myths about women and investing. Could you elaborate on?
How women invest and men invest, I think it's rather the difference how some women invest and some women don't invest, and men invest and don't invest. So I think the principle applies for everybody who is investing. It's always the same. It's that if people come to me and say, this only costs you 1%, that makes it easy, but 1% can be $1,000. So you always have to put it in perspective. So I never, when somebody gives me a relative number, I always tell people, give me an absolute number. Another question is also the average numbers that people tell you, average the fund made that and that return, historic. But, the past, a view in the rear view mirror doesn't give you the future. So you obviously have to have a certain idea how this can be in the future. So, thinking process. It is a little bit different what I experience with men and women, that men sometimes just do it. It's the same, be perfect. So it's a little bit where you have the balance. But again, it's just a certain financial maturity where you kind of dare to ask the right question. And sometimes if you are culturally or in a framework where you can't ask the question, I always tell people, if you can't ask the question, it doesn't mean that you can't think the question. So never let yourself be kind of framed in something not to think a question. And then find the answer yourself, if you are not allowed to ask the question. But it's, for me, not a difference between men and women. It was never, and it will never be.
Thank you so much for that, Ida, truly. And before I move into the next round of questions to my incredible powerhouse panelists today, I just have to highlight that there is, at the moment in the UK, only 2% is being invested in women-led businesses. Only 2%, and we are absolutely.
Okay, good. Thanks. About women and investment, and I think it differs from every area. And I want to talk about women in Saudi and maybe in the Middle East, and why we don't invest as we should invest, which is our message to everybody here. I think it's three things. It's risk, our understanding, and I think the reason I want to list these shortcomings is to call for action to address knowledge. The mitigant of risk is knowledge. The second thing is their understanding of investment, elevated to what I think is common knowledge, because now we need to know and understand, women need to know and understand what is investment and how do I and that investment is kind of a luxury or something that we learn later after we learn that you need to save and invest, etc. And I think it's these three things: risk, understanding that. The last thing is just to throw some stats, some numbers. Maybe the Saudi women working in the private sector. The total private sector Saudi employees are men and women, around 2.3 million, the last stat for the first quarter of 25. From those, 41%, more than 1 million, are Saudi women in the private sector. So that's a big number. And women working in financial regulators like Tadawul and the Capital Market Authority, we've reached 32% in both, and this was like 11% just.
Kind of answered that, which is about the 2030 vision in empowering women.
Yeah.
And you've just dropped some really good statistics there. I think that just
I can
proves
add a word.
Please do.
Thank you. So when the vision started in 2016, I don't think there were. We started seeing a huge shift in even the narrative of the vision 2030 to empower women with new regulations. And I would say that the private sector took the lead in engaging, like the first female CEO of a bank, Rania Nashar, first Tadawul head Sarah Sahimi. I mean, you start seeing this, and then the government started, first time in the history of the kingdom, that one of its 5 core objectives is empowering women, which never happened before.
5-minute warning. So I'm going to go quickly through these incredible women. I've got one more question to go for all of you. And if we can make it a little bit more brief, but please do answer it.
Well, I don't think it's a confidence or access issue. The premise itself assumes that women are still trying to enter a field where they are underrepresented, like technology field. However, we've been there shaping critical decisions, shaping technology since decades. If we look at global leadership, we can see many women leading capital states, but rather than why the narrative is still there and assuming that women are still trying to enter the field. I think in Saudi Arabia specifically, as Khulud mentioned, and I want to second that, the vision is supporting women empowerment. We can see many women leadership in technology and finance roles, and I do believe that we are super lucky to witness this Vision 2030. So this narrative will shift when we stop thinking that women are trying to enter the field and really design the...
Helena, you often say creativity and resilience are currencies too. Now, how do you convince a results-driven world that imagination and inner balance can be forms?
Through the argument, but we just would show the results, statistics, or the balance sheet. And I have to say that now markets, they reflect these things in the balance sheet more and more. And as an example, this is not investment recommendation, by the way, no way. Take it this way, it's just an example, but look at the Apple as a company in this company. And again, I have some results for you. I will go through quickly. McKinsey, the consulting company, found that the companies in the top quartile for creativity and innovation grow revenue. Just be attentive. That's the statistic that we want to see and we want to be part of. And one more number, I like numbers. The World Economic Forum, and it's not just because of sentimental feelings, but because these skills drive hard outcomes. And we saw it during COVID-19 as well. The company who were creative in their operations, they were striving even through these difficult times.
Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much. And that's some serious number crunching. Just to move quickly, Dr. Rana, behavioral finance tells us investors are very rational. Do you think technology will make us wiser with money?
But how we act upon information still boils down to us being humans. For example, I have these health apps telling me that chocolate is not good, it raises my insulin, and I think I will delete the app before I give up on my chocolate. So I think that information is becoming more efficient, but how we act upon it is still going to have a big human element. I wanted to note that I came to London at Imperial College to do my MBA and my doctorate degree 3 decades ago. 85% of students were men. Last month, my daughter graduated in Royal Albert Hall, the same stage. I was wearing my PhD gown, she was wearing her graduation gown, and she got first-class honors in biomedical science, and in the course, women outnumbered men. And although on the stage, like business as usual, I thought, Anna, you made it. So this is some legacy we're leaving to our daughters. And I will conclude this by my experience. I was talking at her tribe, and she will be an easy prey for a lion. And that had quite a bit of who is a creator of the platform called Creative Woman, who is really...
Thank you so much. Shifts. Do you believe we've reached a moral
context?
Yes, exactly.
And I think they must combine. And I guess the moral imperative now is that we actually do marry that in all that we are trying to achieve. And I see my work within project finance in developing countries where the paradigm is so segmented in terms of the haves and have-nots, and how we can nurture projects that the United Nations is doing through the great efforts of the UN fund, where Lisa Kerbiel gave us a wonderful example of all that's going into the grassroots needs. And simply speaking, when I look at Saudi Arabia, and I came here in 1991, they're actually putting the capital behind a situation where, for example, in the UK, I work with startups often, and so many of them are being nurtured by government with UKI plans, in areas of education, gamification, and I find that some of the companies that are actually having the capital available, and if they put qualifications and are able to submit, are getting grants to bootstrap their businesses, and a lot of them are focusing on women and women-founded businesses, and there's great efforts going around, but the correlation is capital is fleeing because all they want to do is tax the people that are actually building the economy. So I think we have to think about the policy of what we're trying to do so that we engender more of an inclusive.
And Alanoud, Dr. Alanoud, just to go on a bit of policy here, it can open doors, but can't change hearts is the message. But how do you think cultural narratives around money and power need to evolve for real gender parity to exist in economic life?
Yes, I totally agree. Policy can open doors, but truly what keep them open is the story we tell afterward. So cultural change began when women are no longer to unlocking the whole economy. Money and power shouldn't be seen as masculine spaces. The real evolution began when the financial independence is linked to responsibility, vision, and shared prosperity that values women usually bring into leadership. In Saudi Arabia, we have seen that the legal reform created access. However, the deeper transformation began when we changed the narrative from support to leadership and from
adapt, and I put in quote, adapt to existing systems. Do you think the industry will
adapting to women? It's about realizing that sustainability and empathy, these qualities are not really female traits. And these are essential for any proper leadership, in my opinion. And there are the future of the finance. Communities, they want more than that. Although these are important matrix, but they want more, they are expecting responsibility, transparency, as well as sustainability. They want long-term value. So I would say that the system does not need to adapt to women, it needs to adapt to the future of finance. And many women here, we see them leading this change, not because that they want to be different, it's just, and don't lose your voice just to fit in.
That's a lovely note to end this fantastic panel. Thank you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Zainab, for moderating this session. It was actually a great session, a great panel with great panelists. And now I know we've been packed with a lot of information, and of course we want to come back for more, but we're having a very short break for 25 minutes, so I wish you can go enjoy the networking break where you can have a cup of tea or coffee, and please make sure that you make your way back for after 25 minutes from now. And a quick reminder, future, if you're interested in this topic, please make your way once again to the black box space. There are a few seats left, so that would be great if you would love to join. And of course, I'm going to see you again after 25 minutes from now.
Let's share here. I know. Such an amazing house. It is. I'm so fortunate to hear that. Very sweet of you, but she would not want because we want these to be great. I'm from time to time, but you will not. I'm complaining. Sometimes in the teaching industry. I love your words of wisdom. Come on board. Thank you very much. Pragmatist.
Three, two, one, action. Hi, my name is Lama and I'm the founder and host of Discussions. Discussions has been a project that I've been wanting.
I worked in private sector.
Sheer up there. He's reading a symbolic message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we're starting after 5 minutes from now on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you had a great networking break where you had a great cup of coffee and, of course, some amazing chit-chats with all the beloved attendees here. And now we will continue on with the agenda today, moving on to the next panel under the topic Policy, Power, and Possibility, Women Reshaping Global Governance. And to start, we would love to welcome our moderator for this panel, Dr. Sylvia Teriaki, Chairwoman of the Helsinki Committee of Human Rights in Slovakia. And of course, we will welcome as well our panelists for this panel, Ms. Nasreen Al-Isa, co-managing partner, Towers and Hamlais Riyadh, founder of Know Your Rights, which is a mobile app. And the second panelist is Ms. Farah Sharif, Global Partnerships and Activations Manager, Global Engagement at MISC Foundation, and Jihan Hai, the CEO of Safa Foundation, Dr. Lama Yunus, Global Strategic Partnership Lead at the Saudi Arabian Equestrian Federation and co-founder of Dar Rise, and last but not least, Ms. Laura Tim, founder Success Without Limits and LT Business Consultant. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to be Teriaki, and I will be chairing a panel of 4 distinguished speakers. Mrs. Nasreen Al-Isa, who is a prominent Saudi lawyer, co-managing partner at Travers and Hamlins, and she's also a founder of Know Your Rights application that she created in 2016. She's also a technology innovator, and she has redefined access to justice for women in Saudi Arabia, pioneering platform that blend legal empowerment with digital innovation. Farah Al-Sharif, she's a manager at Global Partnership and Activations and MISC Foundation, and she works to bring together global partnership, culture, and youth empowerment to advance meaningful international collaboration and dialogue. Jihan Haidt is the CEO of Safa Foundation, and she, as a global ESG strategies and communication leader, is redefining how purpose and governance intersect. She champions integrity as the cornerstone of sustainable leadership. Last but not least, Laura Timms, she's the founder of Success Without Limits, and she's also a chair for Federation of Small Business London. So without a further ado, I would like to ask Nasreen, you have revolutionized access to justice through digital innovation. I just mentioned that you found the application in 2016, which is almost 10 years ago. And so from your perspective, what is harder? Is it harder to change the law itself, or it's harder to change the perception of people, or to change the way how they perceive their rights?
I believe perception is harder. Reforms only work when people understand them and trust them. So policy is not just about drafting laws. People have to live it, participate, and for it to be active. So a lot of the Saudi reforms existed. Can you hear me? A lot of the Saudi reforms existed in the past. It was written, but a lot of people weren't aware of them. So when I created Know Your Rights, the app, I've summarized laws and regulations that already existed. So I didn't create anything new. I just made it visible and more human, so people can read them and access them. And Not just that, there are over 700 laws and regulations that have been implemented and drafted and changed. So policy is very important. And the legal industry now has been modernized. So everything is digital, from digital licensing to online court hearings. And this made governance transparent. And when governance is transparent, it means we have good policy.
And do you think it's necessary to somehow, support this with further one-on-one communication workshops perhaps, or it's enough to do it through the technology, through the app?
Technology, it's easier for people to access it. One-to-one is always helpful, but technology, the young generation, most of the population, their ages are below 30, so technology is big, and technology just makes it accessible and faster.
Yeah. It's the same all around the world we are facing these challenges, right? Especially my generation slowly. Thank you. Farah, you lead partnerships that connect Saudi youth with global opportunities. And so what does the true partnership mean for you? Is it does it mean an exchange, visibility, or it means a mutual transformation, or all of them perhaps?
Hi, Sylvia. Thank you for the question. I'd like to welcome and say thank you to our audience. I would say that it's all of the above. And if you ask me, I'd say that a true partnership could be summarized in three main things. The first one would be that two partners have a shared purpose. So when both sides or two parties in a partnership have the same goal, they can work toward this shared goal in a very directive way. So they have a sense of direct, and this makes this partnership meaningful. The second point would be having a complementary value. So when each of these partners in a partnership can bring something unique to the table, there is a guarantee that the outcome of this partnership is going to be different, it's going to be richer, and most probably it's going to create the strength to this partnership. The third and the last point, I'd say that there has to be some mutual growth. So the best kinds of partnership, I would say, or the kinds of partnerships are those that have this element of the transformation, where it leaves a mark on the organization, those who work in these organizations, and the people that are being served by these organizations. And I think these 3 points summarize what true partnership is, in my opinion.
Great, amazing. You are doing an amazing job. Jihan, you work at the intersection of sustainability and governance. So many organizations talk about ESG as a moral imperative, more and more so. But do you think that, hasn't it become more of a branding exercise rather than a belief system? How do you see it? It's a bit tricky question. I know it's not easy to answer, but I think we have to address that.
The thing is, first of all, thanks, Sylvia, for this question. ESG is as I said earlier, whoever was here, you would have heard me say, it's a set of data to showcase to your investors and regulators that you care about the people and the planet and that you're an ethical company. But yes, people are now talking widely about ESG, but I think the reason why they're talking about it is because the governance behind it is rigorous, and it's extremely difficult to start the process with it, especially with the regulations such as the CSRD, such as the ISSB. These are regulations that are asking you not only to report on your impact on the environment, but also the impact of the environment on you as an operation, but also the financial implications of reporting. Is it just a branding exercise? No, it can't be. It can't be. Because even if you wanted it to be, you won't get away with it. You might get away with it now, at the beginning, because we're all learning how to do the regulations and to follow the regulations. But in general, the regulators are now waking up. The investors, and that's where the true power is, the money talks these days, as we all know, is what's governing the data. So I'll give you an example. In the UK, there is the FCA, which is the financial regulators. They're now exercising a new ways of reporting on your diversity and inclusion strategy. So previously, you would report on how many women you're employed, how many women in leadership. Now the FCA is looking into actually what is the actual strategy behind your diversity and inclusion plan? How are you integrating that strategy within the operation? And most importantly, how are you measuring the impact of your diverse workforce? So the regulators are starting to wake up as well.
So it also depends who is working on this, right? Obviously, if you are not able to bring the authenticity, and you are into that, into it, then it becomes a branding, only a branding exercise.
Well, this is where I worry. Exactly. If ESG and sustainability is run by comms teams, that means the company is either not yet thinking seriously about it, or they just don't care. They're only doing it for the sake of doing it from a branding exercise. If you want to know if a company really cares about people on planet, look at who's running it. If it's strategy teams, if it's finance teams, if it's compliance teams, if it's the CEO, as in the SLT, then that means they're taking it seriously.
Very well said, and lots of empathy is needed.
It is, and it's not because the comms teams don't, I mean, I'm ex-comms, I can't attack my own people. But it's not because we don't want to say the truth or accurately, report. It's just because we are not skilled. We are not skilled to handle the technicality behind ESG. And we are also not backed enough. If we are comms normally don't get really backed by the SLTs. And we don't have a voice in the boardroom. But ESG should be owned by a chief who has a voice and a seat on the boardroom.
Yeah, very well said. Laura, I'm going to ask you actually the second question now, because it is directly linked to what Jihan said now. So since we talk about this, being authentic, you have championed values-driven leadership across all sectors. And so do you believe that governance can ever be truly ethical in a system driven by profit and politics?
It's an amazing question, and I think when we can put values at the center of leadership, that makes the real difference, because politics and profits are not inherently unethical. It's down to the leader and how they lead and how they use the power that they have. Profits as well, we should think about it as a positive thing for an organization. It's not a negative. Profits are tools, it's a resource that when you have profits, you can invest in education, you can create new jobs, you can invest in research and development. So profits are crucial, whether it's to do with governance, whether it's to do with running a business. So the challenge really is how the profits are used. And that's where ethics come in. And if the leader is ethical and values-driven and they focus on inclusion, diversity, fairness, then really politics and profits can be used in a very ethical way. And we also need to remember that it's people who create systems, and people are the ones behind different types of policies. And it's also for us to think about how can we influence that. And by focusing on developing leaders that are values-driven and who want to create systems and tools that are sustainable and that support everyone else. So ethics can be really integrated into leaderships and politics and governance, but it's down to the leaders and us as people as well. Everyone do have influence because we choose our leaders. And yes, sometimes we're not very happy about some of the choices and decisions, but as long as we know that it is values driven and it's sustainable. So I think ethics are super important in creating sustainable futures. And when we talk about even Vision 2030, ethics, innovation at the core, alongside with values, you can create amazing things. And I think obviously Saudi Arabia is leading in a very inspiring way.
It's wonderful. And we are at this beautiful university where all this is taught and can be taught and will be taught. So, I mean, this is like a responsibility of all of us educators in this field, just to, not to take it for granted, but to spread it to the future generations so they carry on this message and make it even more attractive, right? And more real. Thank you. So, Nasreen, I'm back to you. So, you are a lawyer, but also tech person, I would say. How did you navigate, or how do you actually navigate all this, like a combination of law, technology, gender, and all in the environment or at the time where this country is undergoing rapid evolution? How do you balance the cultural sensitivity with the urgency for progress? Or is there anything like this?
That's a good question. The thing is with culture is you have to work with it, not against it, for it to work. Because progress and respect, they're not opposites, they go together. And for me, progress in Saudi Arabia has always meant evolution, not confrontation.
Yes.
You know, and real change starts when people see it as their own, not something imposed on them. So in Saudi, you've seen progress in different stages. So for example, when I made the app in 2016, it was only for family law, so only for women who are divorced, struggling with custody, and now we've expanded to entrepreneurs and helping companies. So you've seen the massive change, and it keeps evolving and it keeps changing depending on the laws and regulations. But eventually, it's a tool not just to empower women, but to, teach them, give them the abilities that when they're faced with a problem, they're given options and solutions, especially for mothers when it comes to children. Yes. They understand that when they're faced with a problem, they have different solutions. And when women are empowered with knowledge, they can negotiate, they can ask questions, and they can debate.
And they can teach it to the children,
exactly.
Right? Because that's the first handling there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a beautiful job what you have been doing, and it's very noble. It's very noble, and kudos to you. And I really admire that.
Charity, by the way.
Really?
I've decided to do that. Yeah.
Well done.
And when are you going to? How are you going to do that? If you can maybe mention that in a few words.
Okay. Well, when I created the app, it was I didn't expect it honestly to succeed. I just did it, not for fun, but I did it to support women. But I didn't realize it would have such a big impact. And the thing with it is just an app that summarizes laws and regulations, so it's nothing really new. But I just made it visible and easy, so everyone loved it. From conservative families to Westerns, everybody found the app very useful. So you have expatriate women that live in Saudi find it useful. Entrepreneurs, women, even men who are struggling with custody would actually download the app and look at what options they have. So in case they're an opponent in a court hearing or something, they actually know how to navigate the rights. So the app expanded, and it's bigger than me. So I've decided, and it's pro bono, so it's free. I've decided that it's better to give it to someone bigger than me, so I'm donating it to one of the NGOs, government NGOs in Saudi, and they're going to do a better job than me.
Super, great.
Well done.
So we slightly diverted from governance to culture, but it's not a real diversion, right? Like it goes hand in hand. And so Farah, sometimes culture, when we talk about culture, it can be both bridge and barrier in global governance. So what do you think, can understanding of the cultural perspectives, maybe different perspectives, can it help build more effective global governance? Just if you keep in your mind that I just said that it can be both bridge and barrier.
Absolutely. Culture is, let me start by saying culture is a very near and dear topic to my heart. And if I may, I'd like to define culture first in order for me to clearly explain my point. So culture is essentially a set of values, traditions, but it also, it actually shapes the way we see the world around us and the way we make our decisions. So cultural understanding is vital, and it's absolutely key to an effective global governance. So when we recognize cultural perspectives and understandings, we're actually moving from imposing solutions to co-creating them. And I've witnessed this firsthand throughout my work. So I've seen different organizations actually, no matter how different they are when it comes to systems and priorities, I find them managing to find a common ground between them when there is cultural understanding. So they move the dialogue from a mere conversation into genuine collaboration. So cultural understanding is not only about respecting diversity, but it's also a way, and it helps actually in global governance, because it allows for
speeches we hear all this inclusion, diversity, and so on.
You're making are very open about, and the young at them. Or as part of the Accenture's Innovation Lab, and it's the largest financial technology incubation program in Europe. And I could see sitting there when the founders are coming, and they're young, they're super young, when they're coming and they're nervous and they're trying to speak big words to impress the investors in front of them. They lose the investors because these big words and these complicated words that they're using, the investors actually don't understand it. The investors want to know how much you're making, what's your strategy, what's my return of investment. Simple, very simple. So the first thing I say to them, because I'm the sustainability mentor as part of the Innovation Lab, I say to them, listen, your product is an extremely complicated product. Don't overcomplicate it by not being yourself. Show us.
And I'm very grateful to generations of women that walked before us and paved the way. So I believe that it's important for us to pave the way for the future generations. So it's also us shaping the policies that support women, that support governance, that support sustainability in the future. So I think that's the key thing to remember, that policy is shaped. And we need to make sure that we are the ones who help shape it.
Very correctly said. Policy is not only created but recreated, right? And we have to address the challenges as they come. Yes, Gian.
But for me, I mean, don't get me wrong, I agree with Laura. I absolutely agree with her. But sometimes policies are made or are being embedded or implemented without actually explaining why they came to life. No one actually sits with you and explains to you, we've created this policy because of X, Y, and Z. You're just asked to follow the policy. And this is what we're trying to change as part of SAFA, is that we explain why the policies are in place. And you know what's even worse is that, yes, having a policy is amazing, but what's my role in this policy? What do I add? How this policy helps me be beneficial to my company, to my planet, to my society. And for me, that's where I have a problem with policies for the sake of policies.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that's why I believe that policy needs to evolve. And with the work getting involved with policy creation or influencing policy, what I really loved in the UK, getting those voices of especially small business owners or young entrepreneurs, because collectively, the voice is heard. If it's one person speaking up, it's easy to ignore that. but getting that collective voice. And I love the fact that in the UK, Federation of Small Business collectively is so respected, and it's often quoted by politicians as well, and they often come to the Federation to ask for advice. So how do the small business owners actually feel? What's the feedback? Yes, often enough, there are decisions made that don't support growth or innovation, creativity, but this is where we all need to speak up to then influence that this policy is overregulated or does actually not work, so we can turn it around and make it supportive. Correct.
You almost preempted my final question or a small challenge to all of you, because before we conclude this panel, I just got the sign that we should slowly do that. I got this sense of responsibility from all of you. So you spoke about different topics. I mean, all of you, you have slightly different careers behind and in front. And, but all of you spoke with the urgent sense of responsibility. And I would like you to perhaps share with the audience what do you think that all of us can do from this perspective, like what kind of responsibility we should take or can take, what can be done? Nasreen, responsibility.
I think, personally, I think everyone is responsible. Everyone has a responsibility. So, for example, I mean, I see it as support. So any kind of support, for example, in my field, would be legal. So doing this app and, you know, making it for free. But someone else could be doing mentoring, you know, helping startups, supporting NGOs. You know, if you're a teacher, if you're a professor, you could do something on the side to teach, you know, students, for example, unprivileged students. So there's always a responsibility. There's always, but generally, responsibility to me is always it fits with support. So if I'm a responsible person, he's a responsible person. But whatever they're good at, they can actually pass it on to someone else that they lack. And that's my view.
Ethically.
Yeah.
Farah.
I'm just going to add to what Nasreen said. I think empathy is a very underestimated word or value. I think everyone has to be empathetic towards the other, and we all need that. As I said, cultural understanding is essential for us, whether at work or in every aspect of life. So I believe that everyone has to empathize with the other in order for us to be, you know, collaborative and be nice to everyone at the end.
I think for me, before you decide you want to be responsible, I would urge you to be curious first. Ask questions, challenge, but also accept other people's opinions, or not even accept, but at least appreciate other people's opinion. Once you understand and once you become curious, you will be able automatically to understand, okay, what's the role I play? What is my responsibility, and in which part do I need to be responsible for so I can have a purpose in life? So curiosity is key to responsibility.
So to choose responsibility with responsibility.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think for all of us, the greatest responsibility we carry is personal responsibility. How we speak to someone, how we behave, how does that influence and impact someone else? For me, what I've decided a long time ago was that even on my worst day, if I'm feeling really down, I'm unwell, I don't want to influence someone in a negative way. On my worst day, I want it to be neutral. And most days, even if it's a kind word, encouragement, a smile, or the way you carry yourself, the way you motivate and inspire someone else. And we all have that power because it's in the small details of kindness, of support. And I think that's the greatest responsibility, leading by example. And I think that's something that everyone can do.
Thank you so much. And please join me in great applause to these 4 amazing, I think, inborn leaders in the field.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all.
For this great panel, and to move on to what's coming up next within the agenda today, it's a fireside chat where we have with us 2 of the greatest speakers of the list that we have today, starting with Kira Chaplin, entrepreneur, model, advocate for confidence, empowerment, and legacy, and also joining her, Rebecca Rio, executive director, Creative Women Forum Saudi Arabia, chairwoman, UK Parliamentary Society for Arts, Fashion and Sports, marketing manager, Angela Ruskin University. Welcome to the stage, ladies.
But I'm okay. I'm so happy to be here once more, and I would love. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I would love to ask a big favor to the people that there is in the background to come in front. Will be great. This room is for 900 people. And we are quite a big number, but it looks less because it's a big room. So it will be lovely if you come a little bit further so we can start. Thank you. This event is bringing so many different people, different women especially, with different backgrounds. And I'm privileged enough to have a wonderful friendship with the next person that is going to speak. Kira Chaplin, I think I know you for maybe 8 years now.
Yeah, quite a while now.
Yes, and I have the privilege to travel with you, and I see your authentic self in many faces. But you started, you're born in a family that is very iconic, but you are iconic on your own. Could you tell me about your childhood, how everything started?
Yeah, thanks. Well, first of all, hi everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. So yes, I grew up in a very iconic, as you could say, family. A family that's very big in the entertainment industry, as you can see by my last name. And so I was thrust into this world from a young age. I was on stage meeting many famous people. My dad was also in the music industry and worked in a music studio with people like Queen, David Bowie, to name a few. And my first passion was modeling. And so I went into modeling when I was 16. And but it never felt like it was enough for me because I was, always wanted to prove myself and prove that I was more than just a last name or a pretty face.
But knowing you, I know that it's not easy. For many people will think, oh, a model taking a photo, an actress or someone in that family. But you were quite shy. How you overcome that sense of not being confident sometimes?
Yes. Funny enough, I felt like I was confident, but when I was put into the industry, the reason I became not so confident is because I always felt like I was being booked for my last name. And then I thought, am I actually good at my job? Am I actually, I feel like I'm doing everything I need to do, but I feel like people are more interested in my grandfather than they are in me. And so it created an insecurity in an industry that's already that brings out insecurities in women. The fashion industry, there's always somebody better looking than you, in better shape. And so then I decided I wanted to work on myself and work on the confidence aspect, and so I started using my social media as a platform for...
Maybe many of you saw Kira's horse, and she loved her horse, and she talks so much about positivity on the social media to young people especially, and that has been amazing.
Yes, well, I feel like with horse riding, there's a lot of things that are, great life lessons. In horse riding, you learn that when you fall, you get right back on the horse and you continue. Because if not, you might not get back on if you don't do it right away. So I do a lot of, analogies about that. And but the great thing about posting about confidence is, as much as you're doing it, you do it to inspire other people and hopefully, give them a little boost. But it also helps you to remind yourself as well.
Alongside to that, you're part of a company that is sustainable in enhancing the beauty of people. Could you tell us about Pharma?
Yeah, so after my many years as modeling, I wanted to start my own brands, because after a while you want to start working for yourself. And I live in Switzerland, in Geneva, and there's a lot of companies that create their beauty brands in Switzerland. And so I visited a lot of factories and a lot of places, and I came to realize most skincare companies have the same ingredients, and they just tweak one or two things that make it a little different. And the main thing that changes the price points is the packaging. So then I got a little bit demoralized, and I thought, well, I'm not going to bring something to the market that has, that everybody's doing and it's not really different. And after maybe a year and a half of not looking anymore, a friend of mine approached me and she said, oh, I've just come across this incredible company in Naples called Pharma, and it's a skincare company and it's made with buffalo milk. I was like, buffalo milk? That's new, I've never heard of that. And they said, yes, buffalo milk actually has the most lipids, the milk of the most lipids, and lipids is really good for your skin. So first of all, I was like, okay, let me try it, and I, fingers crossed it smells nice, because you think buffalo milk. And yeah, so it was great. So so it was something that I thought was great. It was aligned with my values. It's a completely sustainable brand. It's all made with recycling. It's organic, and it's something new to the market, and it does wonders for your skin.
I'm talking now about your legacy.
Yes.
And being the granddaughter of Charlie Chaplin.
Yes.
When I was a child, I used to sit down with my grandfather and watch all the movies. And he used to love that. And seeing those movies brings such a wonderful memories to me. I can only imagine how it is to grow up in with such a legacy. How you refine or redefine his and yours legacy at the same time.
Well, it's interesting because when I was younger, I was kind of fighting against it because you're something that's always talked about. You're kind of in the shadow. So I was really, really wanting to make a name for myself and to be different. And so I was very rebellious and wanted to be my own person. But as time went on, you start to realize you can either keep fighting them or join them. And at the end of the day, my grandfather's message, his movies have always been about laughter, about compassion, about fighting for the underdog, about being a citizen of the world. And it's such a beautiful message that, after many years of experience in fashion and learning about marketing and all this, I started thinking, how can I actually make this legacy live on? And how can I continue this wonderful message that my grandfather was all about and bring it to the younger generations?
The legacy continues. Of course, you are part of the Desert Flowers Foundation.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
And I don't know why you don't talk more or show this part of you, because this is amazing. And she gets shy about that. And she has schools in Cameroon,
in Sierra Leone,
bringing shelter to young
Yes,
kids.
so we, Desert Flower Foundation, we are building schools in West Africa and notably in Sierra Leone, because in Sierra Leone, 70% of the people don't know how to read or write, and so they're in desperate need of schools. And yeah, we've been doing that, and it's very heartwarming. It's one of the things that I love doing the most, because I even joke about it. Like, I hated school growing up, but it's such a luxury, because if you don't know how to read or write, your future is going to be very difficult.
I think Saudi Arabia is very privileged in some ways because the education is free.
Yes, it is.
And we don't have that in the UK. And they have an amazing education system, especially we are here in PNU, and we have associations and like the Leadership Center for Women. And it's a luxury in places like Sierra Leone, which is something that only when you experience that in South America as well is so difficult. But it's a wonderful thing that you are doing for young generation and bringing the legacy of your grandfather and taking that. You also are a founder of the Golden Cane Award and the Chaplin Award. You are part of it. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, so one of the first projects that I had where I wanted to keep my grandfather's legacy alive is by creating the Chaplin Awards. And the Chaplin Award is an award that goes to actors and directors for, it's like a Lifetime Achievement Award, because I think that in today's world where everything is so fast and with all the new mediums like Instagram, TikTok and all this, it's getting faster and faster. And to be able to have a whole career of a good quality of work really deserves to be celebrated. And so I've been doing it now for 8 years. Yeah, I guess 8 years in China mostly. And I plan on expanding it. I want to bring it to the Bollywood market as well. And also what I love about this award is that there's so many great movies all around the world, and we don't necessarily watch them because we don't speak the language. And my grandfather didn't want to speak in his movies because he wanted everybody to see his movies and understand them and be able to laugh at them and for them to be no language barrier. So I feel like this is something that he would like to bring all the film industries together and celebrate all the great talent that's out there.
So whatever is your name, whatever is your background, don't forget to carry on the legacy of the good things that happen in your family. And that is what you're doing. Thank you, Kira Chaplin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And now it is the time to resume with the next panel of the day under the topic Entrepreneurship for Change, Building Society-Driven Business Models, Success Stories, Solving Real-World Issues. And to start this panel, would love to welcome our moderator to the stage, Kira Zhang, founder and CEO of One World Duty Free, founder and CEO of FY Group Limited. And following her, of course, we would love to welcome the panelists for today, Ms. Lujain Al Abeid, co-founder and CEO of Tasami for Impact, Ms. Lama Al Isa, Chief of Marketing and Customer Experience at Arab National Bank, and Ms. Mirjam Katrina Zwingli, shareholder and director at End Communication. And also would love to welcome to the stage Athia Bounds, founder of Sri Lanka Bespoke. Please welcome these amazing speakers to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's truly wonderful to see so many creative and people here today. Our panel today is to call Entrepreneurship of Change, Building Socialized Business Model. Yeah, it is about how business can serve people, creative impact, and still stay profitable. I have always believed that business should have a heartbeat, and that it should be connect, include, and empower. And today, we are going to hear from some of incredible women who are doing exactly that, building the purpose of into profit and turning idea into impact. Before start, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Kira Zhang, founder and CEO for One World Duty Free, which is operation duty free in Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Asia Pacific. And also I'm founder of FI Group. We are doing commodity trading around Asia Pacific and Europe. My work has always been about building the bridge between the people, ideas, and market. And I truly believe that business shouldn't just make profit. It also creatively belongs connection and impact. So today, I'm not just a moderator here, and I'm following entrepreneur, working in the same role as your guys. Okay, we are so lucky today to have these three wonderful women here. Each of them is bring the unique story today with us to show the purpose and leadership. So we have Ms. Lama Alisha, Chief Marketing Customer Experience at Arabian National Bank, shows how empathy can drive business growth. And also we have Miriam Catalita Winnie, shareholder and director of International Communication and Nanostate, and communication turns technology and accessibility into the truth. Yeah, and also we have Arthur Bunce, founder of Sri Lanka Bespoke, and the chair of Creative Women in Sri Lanka, and redefines tourism as the tool of the women in power. So let's start with Lama. Lama, you lead market for one regional most customer-driven banks. How do you turn it into meaningful business growth without losing authenticity?
First of all, thank you, Kira. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. My name is Lama Al Isa. I'm the Chief of Marketing and Customer Experience at Arab National Bank AMB. I'm pleased and happy to be here among such leaders who shape the new possibilities. Going back to your question, working in marketing and customer experience for one of the most bank-driven, customer-driven banks has taught me one thing, one fundamental thing, that a real transformation starts within people. So when we design with the humanity at the center, and progress becomes sustainable. When purpose leads the way, the growth becomes meaningful. So coming back to your question, how do we turn empathy into real business growth without losing intensity? Empathy begins with listening, yet it becomes very powerful if we act on what customers share. In A&B, we usually take these insights and listen to what the customer wants to do, wants to say, what's the need they want, and what's the value they need the most from us. So we create a journey for them specified to match what they need, their demand. So for us, their time is matter. So delivering a fast and simple banking experience is that support their daily life is one of the primary things that we have in A&B. When people feel understood, they trust you, and trust leads to loyalty. Loyalty leads to growth at the end. So intensity is preserved when purpose is leading every decision or filtering every decision that we make. So if I'm going to make it simple, if we have a product or a business or a service that doesn't match the customer's needs, we simply don't pursue with it. At A&B, caring is one of the main strategies that we do and have and care for the people.
I see. That's purpose isn't decoration, is the destination.
Yes.
Okay, one more question is the customer experience now is a core of the brand identity. Do you believe companies that fails and embed purpose into their strategy can still true in the long term?
So I agree, yes. So customer experience for us is a brand identity, or I believe at least it's the brand identity. A company can operate without a clear purpose, but it won't be delivering a meaning. At A&B, our vision is to make every customer journey simple, fast, and more digitalized. Not just for the sake of using technology to make it efficient, but to make every step and every procedure with the customer, that interaction, seamless. So yes, again, a company can survive without to produce a product without a meaning, but for a while, but it won't be leading, because we are living in a world full of options.
Yes.
And I think purpose is how you can earn customer loyalty. And again, I would say again, loyalty leads to sustainable growth.
That's a powerful point, because without purpose, even performance eventually lose their meaning.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's return to Mira. So, as a shareholder and communication director of NanoStage, what does female leadership mean to you? And how do you communicate complex stability ideas that inspire rather than intimidate?
So first of all, thank you, Saudi Arabia, for having me. Thank you so much for the second time. And thank you, Kira, for moderating our panel. The first question, what does female leadership mean to me? There are studies, very interesting studies. Babies, male and female babies, were given dolls. I don't know about the specifics of the dolls. Let's not go too deep into that. The results were that female babies started to care and nurture. Male babies started to dissect
to analyze by tearing apart. So another story with female babies, showed female babies are very much drawn to faces, subjects, people, and male babies are very much drawn to objects. In my opinion, these studies show that creation or nature, however we want to call it, inherently means for women to be leaders the way men, in my opinion, are also born to be leaders. So that for me is like a very, very interesting, studies show that female leadership is inherent in women. So the second part of the question, communicating sustainability, let me just jump to my project. Because my project, I don't know how you think the future of road construction, of global road construction, is going to look like. I will tell you. It's about road recycling. NanoStab stands for nanotechnology, nanoparticles, and stabilization. Because road recycling means soil stabilization. Instead of recycling, instead of transporting the old soil up to 60 centimeters deep, transport it away as waste and transporting to the new road or to the site new, very expensive resources like gravel, you recycle what is already there completely. You mix it and you add a liquid additive, a nanopolymer additive, and you get the most low maintenance and stable with longevity road you can imagine. We as NanoStab, we are the only one, according to my research, who have proof of concept since 2008. The first road, 2008 in Germany. This is technology made in Germany, by the way. So not only is the technology per se sustainable, also our business model is sustainable because this is true transfer of technology. That means we go into countries, we train local people on site in the country, the technology stays in the country. We also can produce, or you can produce in Saudi Arabia, your product, your NanoStab, even with its own name, to make it a Saudi Arabian product. Everything stays in the country. Also, the business is truly sustainable because we have the power to empower regions around the world, because so much, there is a vast market and need for stable roads, be it rural roads in, areas around the world, roads not working there, hindering micro businesses to grow, or highways, and so it's sustainable too, and it's a no-brainer. That for me, it's very easy to communicate sustainability. Maybe one fun fact about NanoStab. We got in Libya, because this works in swamp areas in Siberia, as well as the desert, because it's customized to every soil. We got a project a few years ago, quite a long time ago, in Libya, and a highway. And halfway through the project, the war broke out. So you can imagine quite a setback, millions lost. Then we got another project in Ethiopia, again, a highway, university, war broke out. So quite a few setbacks, as you can imagine. But still, here we are. We have great, not only have we laboratory results, which our competition doesn't have. We do have proof of concept. It's a true transfer of technology. The business model is sustainable as well as the technology. And I think it's a no-brainer. That's non-stop, and that's how I communicate sustainability.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's wonderful. I love that. Data speaks to the mind, but emotionally moves the heart. Yeah, thank you so much. And Arthur, you translate from global finance purpose drives tourism. So what that business decision you modern is awakening, and what did you teach you about the redefined success?
Okay, thanks, Kira. Look, firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the Princess, Olga, Rebecca, and the team for putting on such a fabulous event. I mean, it's quite remarkable to come and listen to all these amazing women. And I have to say, I have been really inspired by listening to the Saudi women in particular, and the energy, the female energy around the Saudi businesses that they're working in. It's been, I find it a real privilege to actually have gained that insight and heard the stories, so thank you. So look, thank you for the question, Kira. Yes, I moved out of finance, not for any glamorous reasons, but for family reasons. And a couple of years later, I found myself building a company in an industry, in tourism, that I knew nothing about. And it's that experience that has really reshaped the way I think about success. Of course, you know, there are the traditional markers, there's the financial performance, there's your reputation, your market positioning, but I've become to value my ability to pivot and take a risk as a strength. And I think, you know, as women, we have many superpowers. And we wear many hats during our lives, and those are, you know, we're carers, we're wives, we're mothers, friends, sisters. And we carry out all of those roles, all the while we're building our professional identities. And we are amazing multitaskers as well. And, you know, I have an 18-year-old daughter at university, just started, and she's thinking about her career. And I see that her and her friends feel under enormous pressure to choose the perfect career to last them for life right now. But the truth is, we have many careers in us. We have many strengths. We're very diverse in our abilities. And I think that this is a really important, the truth that we can have many more careers. But I think it's also really important for women, young women, to appreciate that you don't have to get it exactly right at the age of 18 or at the start of your career, that you can continue to grow, you can reinvent, and you can still succeed.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's inspiration, because redefining success often starts with redefining the purpose.
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, I'm so impressive for your answers.
Oh, thank you.
And one more question I want to ask you. So your women's tourism trial to Sri Lanka celebration female founders. So how can travel become a global platform for women's empower rather than a luxury pastime?
Sure. So look, I started building the Female Founders Trail in Sri Lanka. I saw in Sri Lanka that women represent more than half of the population. Many are silent breadwinners in their households, but were significantly or are significantly underrepresented in tourism. And yet, and that's largely a cultural thing, because hospitality requires late hours, travel, working away from home, and many women simply can't leave the home to do that. But in my many extensive travels around the island, I met these remarkable women running businesses from creative studios to cuisine to wellness. And they all had incredible backstories as well. Yet they were invisible in the tourism industry. So I wanted to place them at the heart of the tourism conversation, and not just as a footnote or a nice to have, but as a value creator, and a significant contributor to the economy in Sri Lanka. So I built this Female Founders Trail, and it's a beautiful curated trail
of wonderful experiences to be delivered through a B2B portal to international agents. And the upshot of that is twofold. One, visitors to Sri Lanka gain these deep, authentic experiences with, these very lovely cultural exchanges. But on the other side of it, the female founders, we start to raise their profile, we start to give them visibility, drive tourism to their businesses, and give them economic empowerment. And so, my ambition is to, I want to use Sri Lanka as a blueprint for a more global model. So perhaps we may see a female founders trail in Riyadh or in Uganda, but essentially wherever there are women creating things that are going unheard and going unseen, I would like the trail to be the platform to raise these women. I think the Princess said yesterday about creating something for good and opening the doors for other women. I'm in a very privileged position, and I would really like to help the women in Sri Lanka to give them that economic empowerment. As a result, we've had various conversations with the Colombo Stock Exchange as well, where we hope to be able to present programs to some of the female founders, to give them financial literacy, to improve their financial literacy, and perhaps some of these businesses may go on to list on the stock exchange. So I see luxury travel through the eyes of the Female Founders Trail. I see it as an opportunity to provide a platform for female founders, for these wonderful female founders, to give them a platform and to give them a voice.
Yeah, thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah, thank you. Before we close, I would like to ask each of one of you guys final question. If entrepreneurship is about building something that outlives you, and what a single word defines the legacy you want to leave here? The one word, yeah, please, Lama.
Okay, nice question. For me, I think in a very complex world we are living in, maybe simplicity will be a very nice, meaningful to leave behind as a legacy.
That's wonderful.
I didn't quite understand the question. It was what we want to leave. As
The
a
one
legacy.
word, if you want to explain, like leadership.
Okay. I want, as Nanostar becomes a world leader in sustainable road construction, one of this business is going to be to train female studies, as we did in Ethiopia, to become road recycling engineers, and that should be my legacy, and to make them strong and empowered and leaders. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you to Royal Highnesses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other? Oh, yeah. The one word you explain about the women in power leadership.
So I think when women are empowered and they're given the voice, you see communities shift. There is a real difference and a significant difference. And I think that I would like to see my daughter and her friends and people, young women, moving into a world where their voice is heard and this is a normal thing for them. It's a normalized thing, not something that is still, where there are still gaps. So I think that we should continue to focus on making a difference with women and their businesses and women's voices, so because there is a real difference when women are involved in economies.
Yeah. Thank you so much. What we hear today reminds us that business is not about profit, it's about people. Yeah, let's keep building the companies, have a heart, visions, and encourage. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being part of this beautiful conversation. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. And now we are moving on to the next speaker. We have with us Mr. Faisal Sultan, President of Lucid Middle East. Mr. Faisal, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so my name is Faisal Sultan. I am the president of Lucid Motors, proudly living in Riyadh now. And I would like to actually start with doing some thank yous, with the utmost respect and gratitude. Lucid Motors extends its sincere appreciation to Her Royal Highness and Princess Noura, Bint Saud, Bin Nayef, bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, whose visionary leadership to promote and inspire women leadership is very inspiring. Also would like to I see some other known faces here. So Royal Highness Princess Noura bint Turki Al Saud, and also Her Royal Highness Princess Michelle from Eon. So their dedication to really build and really a more inclusive and sustainable and forward-thinking society really reflects, the very spirit that brings us together today at the Creative Women's Forum. Thank you, all other esteemed guests. I would like to start with a couple of quotations that are very near and dear to me, and I think that reflects the role women are playing in today's world. So Rumi, as I think you all know, a great poet, once said, "Woman is the light of God. She is not the mere earthly beloved. She is creative, not just created." So I think that reflects, the roles that women play in our life. And, from mothers to sisters and now leaders in technology, I think it's very, very inspirational. Also, on the subject of creativity, Maya, I don't know if you all know Maya Angelou. She is a civil rights leader. She passed away, recently. She once said, "You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have." So I think, we are gathered here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about Lucid Motors, but I wanted to, put the context out there, how we see in Lucid, how we do things, and how we are inclusive are we when it comes to women, gender, and other, diversity KPIs that we have. So Lucid Motors actively promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion across its workforce. We have actually a dedicated group that is called Women at Lucid, and the initiative is to provide mentorship, professional growth, and leadership opportunities for women in engineering, design, manufacturing, and other operations. So I'll start up with a presentation here because I think, and I'll warn you, because some of these pictures are just, they will wow you, because, that's what we do at Lucid. we make people, wow with our designs. So a little bit about ourselves. We were founded in 2016. We started with a clean slate, focused solely on shaping the future of electric mobility. Driven by the pursuit of excellence, Lucid has made history since its inception. At its introduction in 2021, the Lucid Air was the most powerful and longest range electric vehicle ever made, and it actually remains to date. 4 years later, its range still hasn't been matched by any other car company. Groundbreaking at our AMP1 factory in Arizona started in 2019. We launched our Lucid Air sedan and IPO'd a publicly listed company on NASDAQ in 2021, established AMP2 facility in King Abdullah Economic City in Saudi Arabia. Just prior to that, of course, I should also mention that PIF invested. They are our strongest partner in this journey. They own the majority shares in the company, and we are very, very proud of that. Our first international plant, as I said, in Cake in 2023, and then the Air Sapphire, which is the highest, let's say, variant that is available in the Air series, debuts as the world's first EV sports sedan, and it is the world's fastest accelerating car. You don't need to go to a roller coaster, just sit in a Sapphire, 0 to 100 in 1.8 seconds with 4 doors and a lot of space. Lucid Air GT becomes the longest range EV on the market in 2024. Lucid Gravity, which is our SUV, and you see the picture on the beach, beautiful 7-seater SUV that just became available in KSA in 2025. Is also out there. So that's a little bit about Lucid Motors. So how are we shaping the future of electric luxury? We exist to advance the state-of-the-art technology for the benefit of all humanity. We provide on our cars 800 plus kilometers of range per charge. Our competitors are all closer to 600. So we definitely are setting new standards in technology, and it's all about creativity, and which results into efficiency. We are industry-leading aerodynamically engineered and designed vehicle. We've won several awards for that. We are a California-inspired company with craftsmanship combined with technical excellence. And it's a seamless blend of art, technology, and sustainability. And I think some of you drive Lucid, so I know that you have experienced it yourself. I'm just gonna, because most of you probably are not aware what does owning a Lucid Air really means and what does the product look like. So you see here a Lucid Air. It represents the pinnacle of electrical innovation where performance meets elegance. It's a nice way to put it. Some of the highlights, as I said, 839 kilometers of range per charge, the world's longest range of any electric vehicle. We also have up to 8 kilometers per kilowatt hour. Very proud of that efficiency, because when we talk about sustainability, you want to get as much out of as little resources. And this is exactly what this KPI tells you. Our competitors are actually less than 6 kilometers, more closer to 5 kilometers per kilowatt hour. So we want to take as little of the world's resources, but give you the range back. So the efficiency then really plays on the sustainability side. We are designed and inspired in California, as I said, with light and open spaces, blending art and aerodynamics together. A refined, sustainable interior using advanced materials, curated for comfort and style. And then we, of course, just completed Guinness World Record for a 1,205 kilometer journey through the Alps, not downhill like some of our competitors did, on a single charge. So that actually really proves the technology that Lucid really has. I want to talk a little bit about the Gravity. So this is our latest product that is coming out. Lucid Gravity is the first SUV that delivers everything consumer wants in a single vehicle without compromise. Our slogan is basically no compromise, right? So we want the customer, the consumer, to really, when they shift from an internal combustion engine into an electric vehicle, to have the same luxury, the same premium features, the same space, actually more space, better performance. That is what we are trying to design. It's not a step down for people. So the highlights, of course, on this 7-seater SUV is that it also delivers 700 kilometers of range. Our competitors are closer to 400, so we have almost doubled that. And then it is also a fast charging vehicle. So we are the world's fastest charging vehicle out there. We can give you 320 kilometers of range in about 15 minutes. If you have the right chargers available, the 350 or 400 kilowatt chargers, it's closer to 12 minutes. So if you take a coffee break, you can pretty much get, about 320 kilometers back into your car. It is also built on the Lucid Space concept, maximizing interior room without compromise, 3-row seating offering exceptional comfort and flexibility, and then next generation dual motor system delivering instant torque. So it is an SUV, and I'll tell you a funny story. It will definitely beat regular ICE Porsche, because it's 3 seconds 0 to 100 kilometers. What are we doing in Saudi Arabia, right? So let's come to that important point. So Lucid Middle East operations are fostering pathways for Saudi and regional talent to contribute to the EV industry. What you see in the picture is our first factory that is now operational since September of 2023. We're proudly exporting Saudi-made cars to GCC and then starting next year to the whole world. Today, nearly 70% of Lucid's on-site workforce are Saudi nationals, basically demonstrating a deep commitment to empowering local talent. Local talent plays a critical and growing role across Lucid's operations, with many involved directly in production at AM2. AM2 stands for Advanced Manufacturing Plant Number 2. And Lucid is also committed to championing other Saudi talent, homegrown, digital-savvy youth who are aspiring to pursue careers as the cutting edge of technology. Many receive their initial hands-on training at our US facilities, gaining experience with advanced manufacturing and EV technology, and then bringing it back to, the picture. Clicker, and then, so basically, that's our plant that I was referring to, and it is something that we are growing. We have now 9 more buildings around this plant, and they will be operational next year for a plant that is going to have a capacity of 150,000 vehicles a year. Okay, so let's talk about some of the women leaders who shape Lucid even today. As you can see in our executive suite and executive staff, you have Gemma Parker. She's the Vice President of Program Management at Lucid. She's responsible for overseeing all vehicle programs when it comes to their execution, ensuring alignment across engineering, production, and global launch strategies. Claudia Gax, she's the Senior Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Lucid. She is responsible for building our Lucid mid and long range strategic direction and developing new business models and cultivating partnerships across the automotive and technology space. Gail Halsey, she's the Senior Vice President of People at Lucid. She's responsible for development and delivering human resources. And Jessica is also a Vice President of External Affairs, sitting in actually Washington, D.C. And I think some of you have met Noura. She represents us. So I'm going to go to our women leaders in Middle East. have Noura. I think Noura is leading our Lucid Middle East policy, and she is actually responsible for the company's regional public policy and government affairs strategy, aligning our goals with the Vision 2030, and then also redefining the EV ecosystem policies. Ghazleen, she's the regional manager of facilities at AM2, and then Alanud, she's our treasury manager, taking care of all the money for us, a very important job. And then Khalud, who is also in human resource. I think Nawaf was here in a panel yesterday. Nawar was here yesterday. So she was also one of the leaders that we have. We're very proud because we actually measure how we are promoting women as a KPI, and it is our goal to make sure that we are actually taking care of leadership growth within the women employment that we have. Okay, so what do we want to do next? So we want to really empower the next generation and the inclusive culture. Lucid provides a mentorship, leadership, as I said, development and inclusive hiring practices to grow the next generation of talent, from universities to internal programs. Lucid invests in women engineers and designers as part of our DEI strategy. The culture is built to support collaboration and innovation and breaking conventional norms in the mobility design space. We have, I sit on board of trustees of NAWA, which is the National Automobile Vehicle Academy that we've helped open in King Abdullah Economic City, just to make sure that we have a lot of talent, Saudi talent, that is being groomed to take on thousands of jobs that we are going to be creating in the next couple of years. And I believe looking ahead, I think we will continue to lead in luxury EV segment. The combination of strong heritage with design excellence and an inclusive workforce positions the company for future success. With more women in influential roles and broader perspective embedded into product creation, Lucid is shaping a future of mobility that is both iconic and accessible. And then last but not least, I thank you all for listening to me, and hopefully we will keep bringing some exciting products to life for Saudi and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faisal. And now we're moving on to the next keynote under the topic of reimagining global prosperity, women leading regenerative growth, with Dr. Ardahana Khawla, CEO and founder of Optimind Partners. Please welcome her to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I promise to be quick. And I promise to be energetic to wake you all up. You've been very patient all day long. And I also want to shout out to the 6,000 people who are following us online as we speak, as the proceedings go ahead. Okay. Now, I'm supposed to be speaking to you today about regenerative leadership and women. And I have to say, there is no more meaningful place to have this conversation here than in the Kingdom, a country that has over the last 8 years become a second home to me, and it's where some of my proudest work and dearest friendships have taken root. So today is going to be not me telling you something new about regeneration, but it's going to be me reminding all of us about us. Because you see, regeneration is not a new topic. It is not a trend. It is not a new leadership buzzword. It's who we have always been as women. Women have been regenerating life systems, families, and even civilizations since the beginning of time. We have built kingdoms while the world counted us out. We have stitched back economies, companies, and sometimes even our own hearts, not because it was strategic, but because it was necessary. It's an ancient truth that when the world breaks, it's women who remember how to rebuild it. So, ladies and gentlemen, regeneration in its truest form is actually female by design. Don't believe me? Let's go back on a history note. Including in humanity's earliest stories, regeneration was recognized as a feminine force, the power to heal cycles and restore balance. Starting with ancient Egypt, where Isis, who obviously was the person who gathered the broken pieces of Osiris and breathed him back to life, proving that creation follows care. In India, the energy of Shakti animates the entire cosmos. It's the pulse that destroys only to recreate, ensuring that every ending carries with it the beginning of a new seed. In Greece, it's Earth Mother Gaia. She was not a passive landscape, but a living intelligence that when harmony was lost, she birthed new forms to restore equilibrium. In Isha, in the Mayan civilization, the goddess of the moon, fertility and medicine, who governed healing after floods, storms and sickness to renew both body and mind. Now, across all of these civilizations, the feminine was not fragile, it was continuity, the intelligence that restores rhythm when systems collapse. Now, everyone knows Cleopatra, right? Truth is, her leadership wasn't only political, and she was a lot more than a seductress. She ascended Egypt's throne at 18 years of age when her kingdom was fractured, the economy failing, and Rome's empire was closing in. Yet, it was Cleopatra who revived Egypt's trade, stabilized its currency, and restored agriculture along the Nile. And under her reign, Egypt experienced one of its last great booms, proof that regeneration can actually be statescraft. Think about it. After the Black Death, which was centuries later, when Europe lay in ruins after the Black Death, endless wars, who do you think quietly rethreaded the society? Who opened their re-infirmaries and hospices? Nuns. Who tended to the living and the dying? The midwives. Who stepped into trade to keep towns alive? The widows. Across cities, women formed informal lending circles and cooperative guilds, early networks of resilience that sustained communities when formal systems built by men had collapsed. After the World War II, there was global destruction, and it was again women who became the architects of recovery, who opened schools, who rebuilt the farms, who organized food programs and local councils while nations were still smoldering, all led by women. We don't have to go that back. I always love giving the example of Rwanda. It's a country I have worked extensively for many years after the genocide, which is a recent phenomenon, only 31 years old, in 1994. Everyone gives the example of Rwanda as a great example where women are 70% of the parliamentary seats. And it's because women are in leadership that after the Civil War, it's because women assumed leadership that and it was not a token of, it's not a gesture of token, but it was a regenerative act to heal a nation's conscience that they've been able to solve the problems of the genocide. The women called to end the conflict, and it was the women who focused on reconciliation, education, and help that enabled Rwanda to become a model of post-conflict governance. There are so many examples. The former Prime Minister of Norway, who was actually the lady who coined the word sustainable. Or Christina Figueres, it again took a woman to bring together 195 countries and get them to agree on the Paris Accord. Now, given we are here in the region, I would love to talk about regeneration in current times here in the Middle East, where women are again proving that regeneration is not a Western invention, but a regional inheritance. Born here, a place that has known how to bring life back into the desert. Let's take the example of Razan Al Mubarak, president of the IUCN and the UN climate champion for COP28. She helped launch the Mangrove Breakthrough, which is a 4 billion plan to restore 15 million hectares of mangroves by 2030. Or take Sarah Al-Amiri, who led the first Arab mission to Mars, a team that was 80% female. And when that spacecraft entered orbit in 2021, she didn't just put UAE, her country, in space. She put a generation of young women in motion. Or Reem Al-Hashimi, who was the minister behind Expo 2020 Dubai, generated 155 billion AEDs in economic impact. A woman. Or Mariam Al-Ameheri, the leader who built the region's food security and food tech strategy, proving that even in a desert nation, soil can be reborn. Another woman. Now to Saudi Arabia. Princess Noura, Her Royal Highness, who has been a catalyst for Saudi's creative economy, working with the Ministry of Culture. Her mission is simple yet radical. Culture is capital. Or Sarah Al-Sumaimi, who was the first woman to chair the Tadawul Stock Exchange. When she led its IPO, it was oversubscribed 1 to 1 times oversubscribed. One of my favorite people and one of the most influential business leaders, not just in the region, but in the world, Lubna Olayan. Her philosophy in a sentence is, we grow by growing others, and sustainable finance can deliver both profit and purpose. Or take the example of Rayana Barnawi, and of course Mariam Fardous, women astronauts in space. The first woman, in case of Mariam, to dive at the North Pole as well. Rima Jufali, who is now officially in the Formula One. Or Asil Al-Hamad, who's the kingdom's first female who competes internationally, like I said, including in the F1. Or there are so many of them. The 17-year-old Olympic swimmer who became the first Saudi woman to compete in Olympic swimming representing the kingdom last year in Paris. Or Mishal Ashremi, engineering the future, the kingdom's first female aerospace engineer, who I remember quite casually told me over dinner how she had designed more than 20 rockets by or before her mid-20s. Today she advises the Saudi Space Commission, building an ecosystem for future scientists. And finally, speaking of inspirational women, how can anyone forget Princess Rima, who has led many revolutions at home and abroad, including the one which I feel genuinely passionate about, which is opening the doors of sports to women. Today, Saudi women make up more than 36% of the workforce, surpassing Vision 2030 targets way ahead of schedule. Women are the stewards of this new era in the kingdom. There is so much data that backs it up, because when women are involved in the corporate boards, women don't just treat ESG as a compliance tick box. They turn it into a competitive strategy. In politics, women rebuild trust, which is currently the rarest political currency on earth. In communities, women turn collective despair into civic participation. And studies by the United Nations also show that women participate, or when women participate in the peace progress or peace processes, agreements are 35% more likely to last beyond 15 years. So as a leader, if you're still wondering why should you get involved in the regenerative growth agenda, let me give you 3 quick reasons. Number 1, your future workforce is going to demand it. By 2030, Gen Z and millennials are going to be 75% of the global workforce. We've heard speakers say this before. They care about your values and they vote not just with their wallets, but with their values. They will want to know what you're doing to give back and create impact. Reason number 2, regeneration is risk insurance, meaning businesses don't just run on spreadsheets. $44 trillion. That is half of the global GDP that depends directly on nature's services. Clean air, stable climate, water, trust, and social stability. Reason number 3, premium. In every sector, brands with verified regenerative models command 30 to 60% premium, and they grow faster by 5x times than peers. And if you're extracting as an industry, you're only fighting a loser's war. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if you want regeneration, we need leaders with the courage to stop what is unsustainable, the vision to see the invisible links, and the honesty to tell the raw truth even when it's hard. So today I want to tell you that regeneration might be a new framework for success, but guess what? You don't need another framework. You are the framework. You don't need validation. You are the evidence. So claim your power as women. Remember who you are. The quiet power that restores order when systems collapse. The creative fire that turns chaos into creativity and clarity. The grace that keeps the world spinning when everything else stops. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ardhana. That was actually a very powerful and motivational speech we had now. And moving on to a different topic right now, empowering communities for planetary repair, a Saudi ethic for re-inhabiting Earth. Please welcome to the stage the speaker for this keynote, Her Highness Princess Masha'al Bint Saud Al Sha'lan, co-founder and managing director of Ayan Collective.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And honestly, sincere apologies for those of you that are hearing me for the second time. But I promise you, okay, thank you. I promise you this time I'm speaking in a different hat that I'm really honored to wear, that of Ayan Collective. And I have to just start with the recognition from my partner, Noura bin Turki. Thank you for everything that you are. So, what are we talking about? Planetary repair. We're in the Women's Creative Forum, and when women gather with purpose, we notice that something shifts. You almost feel it like a seismic activity, not just in terms of the conversation, but in terms of the possibility. So I hope that we're all here not just for inspiration, and maybe I'm trying to sway you in my direction. We're here truly for repair. I speak from a land of what some call dust storms and sun, but I have to tell you, Saudi Arabia is a lot more than that. It's often seen as a place that's barren, but sometimes, as is the case historically, overflown with knowledge. Saudi is quite beautiful in every single territory. I recognize Khawati min al-Baha/Sharqiyya, from al-Junub, from al-Shimal. Its ecosystem topography is equally as beautiful. But if left untouched, that in and of itself is not alone. Knowledge of the deep balances that we have to maintain, limits, and sometimes limits of generosity was what I want to talk about today. Our ancestors really knew deep down how to live with less, but share with more, and give back what they took and what the land gave them. That's the core of the ethic of Amarat al-Ardh, dwelling rightly upon the land. And we're saying today that this is not a space of nostalgia, but it's a survival wisdom that we should be enacting in our century. Too often when we're talking about sustainability, it's always seen as an either-or kind of situation, as something that's expensive, as something that we have to think about at a later stage. But in reality, it's a way of re-inhabiting this earth, not reclaiming it. Re-inhabiting earth is about returning, like one returns to an ancestral home, with both humility and care. The Quran tells us, هو أنشأكم من الأرض واستعمركم فيها. He produced you from the earth and settled you in it. The Quranic command in our theology is not only seen as a command to not dominate, but to tend, but equally as a reminder that you're part of this bigger whole, that you have equal value, as I always say, to the smallest of ants that are walking this land. And planetary repair really begins here in humility and not in heroism. Repairs means restoring that relationship between land and people, between generations, between progress and meaning. So how do we think of repair as a communal act? I hope that we embody it and are not fakers. We called our waqf as Eon Collective, a waqf mujtama'iyun, because we think community and generosity and attribution is the key moving forward. For centuries, community was our ecosystem here in this land. I'm going to speak from my perspective as a Bedouin. We didn't really need a forecast. The wind, the birds, sometimes the silence was this inherent data. There's this ilm of firasa. People sometimes mistake it for foresight and ability to predict the future, but that only comes from knowing the present and the past deeply and meaningfully well. That was not primitive. It was really born by a precision out of intimacy. And I think today is the moment where we must recover that intelligence, not just to look backwards in any way, but to build forward in a way that's assured in who we are as a people. Planetary repair is not designed in boardrooms or cultivated solely in communities. I think it's the soul that's inherent to what makes those communities tick. So when Noura and I had the privilege of visiting some of the women around the southernmost part of Mantiqat Riyadh in Wadi Duwasir, I don't know if you're familiar with how Saudi Arabia distributes its cities. But you start from a city to a village to something called Hijr that King Abdulaziz installed. In all honesty, Hijr sometimes is one family of a group of tribesmen and women that were encouraged to stay in one location where they can have access to healthcare, education. And it was in those places where we thought sometimes on creativity that we had to be somewhat a bit more tender in people's sentiments, that we were sorely mistaken. I remember that day really well, Noura and I going into a living room in one of these hijr, and we were told by the mother that she wanted to introduce us to one of her daughters. She said that her daughter is an artist, and being in the hijra that's so far from the major city, she wanted to pursue art, but up to that point was only able to pursue it by ordering things through Amazon. When we went and visited, the first thing that we were reminded of is, for God's sake, Noura, you need to have an incredible amount of humility. That young woman that came out of that hijra was able to draw a falcon to the point where you thought that that image was a video. So it was an incredible amount of detail that only the Bedouin's eye is trained to be reproducing. The elders in the empty quarters that are enabling us, another tale of a woman that was able to walk and drive down the empty quarter with her uncle who was blind. She would say, my daughter, we were driving way before you are in the city. And I said, okay, great. She said, no, you don't understand. We were driving in the space that you called the empty quarter. My uncle was able to tell me north from south, not by a compass, not through GPS, which we're failing miserably to use these days, but by putting his hand out there, touching the sand, and knowing exactly where he is. In an empty quarter. That's a place, that's a massive desert that we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that's covering a good chunk of the nation. And I will have to count on my colleagues to tell me if I'm going over time, so apologies if I do. So Saudi ethic, I think, is now residing between what we call vision and soil. Saudi's transformation is not just structural, I think it's more spiritual. Vision 2030 builds outwards, but beneath it beats an incredibly moral question. It's not just frameworks of SDGs that we're trying to follow. What does it mean to live well on earth together? And when we say together, we mean us and other creatures that we're sharing this land with. Our answer should be, in our opinion, both ethical and technocratic. And that's why for us it was a no-brainer to revive the Waqf spirit of giving back, but equally giving forward. Seeing the desert as not just an archive, not just an emptiness, but seeing it as a huge data point. Designing new cities where children plant trees and give them names. And that's, I think, a core of what we're trying to enact in Eon Collective. Because sustainability without justice simply, in our opinion, sustains harm. And repair without community is a bandage and not healing. So in a lot of ways, what we're trying to call for today is how can we act on this superpower of women as weavers of connectivity to know how to repair quietly, consistently, and be able to do it in a way that's scalable and not just more hot air. Reviving indigenous knowledge, looking at data, doing more research, focusing on capacity building, yes, and. But I think if we're really serious about this notion of planetary repair, we must find pathways towards scaling up of funding. And another thing that's at a major deficit, which is trust. How can we trust one another while we're moving forward? And like I said earlier, it's not just a deficit of imagination, but a deficit of trust that we're all facing. And I know I have my 2-minute cue. So maybe I'll start with a final note of how do we envision this future that's worth re-inhabiting? And how do we ensure that our work is what makes this promise possible? I'm trying to encourage every single one of you here to roll up their sleeves. For those of you that don't have sleeves to roll, feel free to call up your sisters that have that ability to do so. Because for us, repair is not merely a project, it's a practice, and one that we would want to inhibit in every single facet of creativity, be it architectural, engineering, yes, engineers can be creative, the arts, and every other domain that one can think about. So I'm just ending with this minor reminder that we constantly talk about in Eon Collective. And maybe this is the last Arabic word that I'll add to the mix, is this notion of tanawul. We hear a lot about debate, about a question of ideas, about combating to get something stronger. I think us in our part of the world has something that's equally strong that we could contribute, and that of tanawul. If we can look beyond our own egos and look at the strength of ideas, and how can, when we're talking to one another, I'm not winning the argument, and you're not either, but the idea in and of itself that we're forming out of all of our great thinking is the one that moves ahead. And this is what we're trying to enact. So it's just to say that the time, in our opinion, to begin is now, and that time belongs to all of us. Thank you for listening to me for the second time around, and I hope you take that from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Highness. And now we're moving on to the next keynote under the topic, Democratizing the Dialogue, the Power of Access and Building Global Leaders. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Lama Al-Hamawi, founder and host of Discussions, Head of Diplomacy, Arab News, Senior Journalist.
Okay, I have a fancy clicker in front of me. Brilliant. Thank you all. Firstly, I want to say thank you. Can you hear me okay? Should I lift this? I think perfect. Amazing. Firstly, I want to say thank you to all the women that came before me with the wonderful presentations. Thank you to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura and the Creative Women's Forum for this amazing opportunity. Essentially, I was going to plan out what I wanted to say with a formal script and bullet points and factoids, but I thought I'd directly speak to you, woman to woman. By show of hands, I want to ask you first, how many of you always knew what you wanted to do when you grew up, when you were younger? You always were certain. We have a few people. And how many of you knew what you wanted to do, but you didn't necessarily have the resources in front of you or didn't know how to get there? A lot more hands. Amazing. You're going to love this presentation then. So without further ado, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lama Al-Hamawi. I'm a journalist here in the Kingdom. I mainly work in politics, specializing in foreign affairs and diplomacy. And earlier this year, I had the pleasure of starting my own media company and podcast called Discussions that mainly focuses on educating the youth, providing them with career and life advice that can bridge the knowledge gap. So for everyone here that said they knew what they wanted to do from a young age but weren't necessarily sure, I hope this is beneficial for you. So let's get started. So a little bit about me. I've had the pleasure of interviewing ministers, foreign leaders around the world, all with the mission of strengthening Saudi external ties. So my work mainly specializes in politics. With that, I've also interviewed incredible ambassadors with the mission of strengthening Saudi external ties and diplomacy. I've also met some pretty cool people along the way in my journey, from Alicia Keys, Jerry Anzarillo, to Jose Mourinho, if there's any football fans. I didn't know who he was before going on stage, which was a bit awkward, but we got friendly on stage, we met. So my career has given me the privilege of creating a brilliant network around the world with exceptional leaders that want to help, that want to pass on their knowledge and information to the next generation. So growing up, my mother always said two things that have stuck with me throughout the duration of my life. She said that each and every one of you is born with a skill. Find a way to use that skill for good. I always believed that my skill was people. It was connecting with people. It was media. It was writing and human connection. And she always said, find every opportunity to do good in this world. And that's exactly what I did. I used my voice, my writing, to go to various war zones on humanitarian missions around the world, whether it's in Palestine, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in Sudan and Somalia. I believe this was my mission. But my journey didn't stop there. I knew there was more that I could do. And that's where discussions started. My talent, I believe, like I said, is people and human connection. And through discussions, I leverage my network to sit down with incredible leaders from around the world to bridge the knowledge gap. We listen to the youth, we listen to the public, and we find out exactly what they want to know. Whether it's careers in medicine, whether it's careers in tech and AI, whether it's careers in entrepreneurship or athleticism. We give you the information that you need, fully for free, fully accessible. This was episode 1 of Discussions. So if you know anything about journalism, you know journalists do it for the passion and not for the money. So I managed to convince 2 videographers to join me, fully unpaid, to create Discussions, essentially. So we all kind of gathered our money together in one pile. We bought the equipment, we rented out a studio, and we just started filming. And we had remarkable guests that joined us for free, that gave their valuable time for the next generation. So this is quite literally a look at episode 1, and if you fast forward to where we are now, it's a bit more glamorous. But episode 1 was a blank studio with stained floors, lots of editing, 2 cameras, and just an incredible team. And I'll show you a little bit. This is a clip of our mission behind Discussions in a teaser, and I hope that it can inspire you in the future to use your voices for good and use your talents for good. Can I play it on here, or can anyone play it from there? I don't want to mess with the clicker. Let's see if I can play it. 3, 2, 1, action. Hi, my name is Lama, and I'm the founder and host of Discussions. Discussions has been a project that I've been wanting to start for quite some time, but it just never felt like the right timing. Why do I want to start Discussions? I genuinely just want to help people. You know, I've worked as a journalist over the last 4 years in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I've had such a privilege of sitting down with so many remarkable people that have truly perfected their crafts across sectors, from footballers, athletes, journalists, CEOs of startups, nurses, ministers, and I just want to sit down and share the information that they've gained, because these people that I've met so far in my career genuinely just want to help people. And if I can sit down with them, have a conversation, record that conversation, and if someone at home can take notes, learn something, benefit in any way, or even discover, hey, there's a grant that I can apply for, this is how I can start a startup, this is how to network, this is not how to network. If I can teach you something from this podcast, from this show, then I've achieved my mission in life. I genuinely just want to help people. It's a fully selfless project. Like, when I say selfless, this is self-funded, self-started. I brought in really remarkable producers and editors that just want to help people, that have a mission of helping people. If we can create a YouTube video that's fully free, fully accessible on social media, and if we can share that knowledge with someone else, whether it's someone youth starting out their career, fresh graduate, or someone that has been doing this for years and decided to change career paths, if we can provide you with the knowledge to pursue whatever your passion is in life, then my mission is accomplished. And I want to make it accessible. I firmly believe that information and knowledge unlocks so many doors, doors that you didn't even know existed. And if you have that information, I think you're set. You're set to go pursue what you want to do. And this is my passion with discussions. We do have a slogan of discussions, and I don't know if this is how I want to end the video, but maybe I'll end it this way. It's let's make some impact. Is that cheesy or is that great? Stay tuned, and I really hope you enjoy our discussions. I hope you could hear it okay, but I get emotional watching discussions because this has been a passion of mine for so many years. But as you know, working as a journalist, you're working 14 to 16 hours a day. So we didn't have the time. But starting this year, it was the beginning of January, I thought I can give more. There's more to give from my knowledge, from my network, from my resources. There's more to give. And I was looking at my list of contacts on my phone, remarkable people that I've met. And I've had a conversation personally where I benefited from their knowledge. But I thought if we can just sit down with this person, record a 1-hour episode, 45-minute episode, and share that knowledge online where it's free and accessible to everyone, it could make such a large impact. It could break the barrier to give them new opportunities, to create careers they didn't even know possible, to find out about grants they didn't even know were accessible within their region or country. And this was step one of discussions, and we're slowly expanding. Move on. So we've sat down with former ministers, we've sat down with filmmakers, we've sat down with philanthropists. We really want to expand with different sectors. We've sat down with opera singers, we've sat down with entrepreneurs, investors, businesswomen, and if you guys know the show Shark Tank, we sat down with a sharkette from Shark Tank and a professional boxer in the kingdom as well. We want to diversify the content that we create. So if someone wants to go into accounting, there's a video about how to pursue a career in accounting. If someone wants to learn about artistry or entrepreneurship, there's something for quite literally every viewer that's accessible. This is a clip from one episode we did. I don't know if we have time because I was given the 5-minute mark. This is a very quick presentation. But this video was with Mahat Taiba. She's the CEO of Raman. She's an incredible investor and entrepreneur. And she breaks down tips for anyone looking for investment, how to apply for a job, how to write a CV, what stands out, really the core skills you would need that you don't necessarily gain from university. It's this bridge gap between education, college, and actually securing a job.
I worked in private sector, I worked in academia, I worked in nonprofit, I worked in government.
Is there anything that makes a CV stand out to you? And also, what do you look for in a person when hiring?
Ooh, I don't know if I want to tell you my secrets.
Well, I've had, horrendous job interviews, and I've had good ones. I'll just skip over that. But you can watch the video. It's fully free, accessible online. Really, we just listen to the youth. We listen to the public on what they need, and we create that content. So our missions at Discussions is we want to build lifelong learning for journey learning. So whether that is a university student or whether that's a stay-at-home mom that wants to go back to work, we want to provide you with the resources that you need. So it also involves improving learning outcomes, alignment with what the market needs, especially in terms of AI and technology of what's happening now. We bring you leading experts to tell you what's needed in the market now. And most importantly, Discussions is social impact. We want to close the equity gap. We want to provide opportunities for everyone. And how do we do that? Through social media, through online resources that bridge the barriers. These are just a few fancy numbers because I thought we should make this factual and not just passion-based. But it truly does show when you have access to knowledge, it changes the trajectory of your life. I do want to say one special thank you to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura. So I approached Princess Noura with the mission of Discussions. I told her my dream, I told her everything that I wanted to accomplish with Discussions, and she fully supported it. I don't know how she took that risk, but she's been one of the major and first supporters we had in making discussions happen. And I want to dedicate this slide to her to say thank you. I want to close the session by again repeating the advice of my mother. Each and every one of us has a skill. You have a talent. You might not know what your talent is necessarily now, but everyone has a talent. Find what your talent is and find a way to use it for good. Like I said, I believe my talent is people. It's human connection, it's writing, it's journalism. And I want to use every moment I have in this world to do good with it, to inspire the next person, to support the next person, and open that door for them that might be closed or locked. So I ask you, one last piece of advice. Find what your talent is and find an opportunity to do good with it. Thank you so much. And I think these are our little tags if you want to keep up on our work on discussions. We're still very small, but we're expanding and we're making impact. And if you have any commentary, advice, I think the best way to improve is to share knowledge. So my email is down below. If you have any advice for us, how we can grow, how we can provide better information, I'm open to hearing it, grabbing a coffee or a conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Lama. It's always great to hear from you. And now moving on to the last keynote speech of the day under the topic, Building Together, Empathy as Strategy, Inclusion as Strength. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Sylvia Teriaki, Chairwoman of the Helsinki Committee of Human Rights in Slovakia.
Thank you. Yeah, just the opposite way. So, good afternoon again, or good evening already, I'm not sure about that. I was thinking what I was going to say today, and basically what I just wrapped my speech along my thoughts on empathy and inclusion as strategic power. Because why I actually chose this topic is that all through my career, I have been hearing and also somehow facing the things that empathy and inclusion have been viewed as soft skills. And I've been always thinking that there's actually an added value, and moreover, I believe that if we include into everything what we are doing, empathy and inclusion, we are increasing our strategic power. So the title of my speech is Empathy and Inclusion as Strategic Power, Redefining Leadership in a Changing World. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and respected esteemed colleagues, dear everyone, it's a great honor to be here today in this place particularly, that is dedicated to knowledge, vision, and the leadership of women. We meet at the moment when our world faces complex challenges. We know conflicts, humanitarian crisis, environmental pressure, and also growing social divides in many parts of the world. Yet within these challenges, what I see a powerful opportunity, the opportunity to rethink how we lead and how we cooperate. Leadership has often been understood as the ability to decide quickly or to act with authority. These are more powers that have been actually, or skills that have been attributed to male part of the population. But in a world that is increasingly interconnected and interdependent, the qualities that sustain progress are those that bring people together, which is understanding, inclusion, and empathy. And as I said, these are not soft traits. In my view, they are strategic strengths, essential tools for effective governance, diplomacy, and also peace building. Empathy and inclusion enable leaders to navigate complexity with wisdom. Because empathy allows us to see the world through another's perspective, to understand needs before we design solutions. And inclusion ensures that decisions are informed by a diversity of voices,
experiences, and talents, making outcomes even more sustainable and legitimate. Together, these qualities, they create trust. And what is trust?
Trust is the foundation of all enduring institutions.
Being a family or community, governments, and international organizations. Without trust, we can not only not cooperate, we cannot move forward. Around the world, we see growing recognition that the most resilient societies are those that invest in cooperation, that value diversity as a source of strength, with leadership grounded in respect and shared purpose. To underline this, or to demonstrate the importance of what I'm saying, I focus very briefly on a result of my research, or one of the researches I conducted in the past. A few years ago, I was working on the role of women in United Nations peacekeeping. And this research showed how empathy and inclusion are not just moral values. They are practical, measurable advantages used in the field. Across UN missions, women peacekeepers have become instrumental in building trust with local communities, mediating conflict, and improving accountability. Their presence often enhances communication and the credibility of operations. But at the same time, it's very important to move beyond the assumption that women contribute into the peacekeeping missions only because they are naturally more peaceful or more empathetic. The truth is that women, they succeed in these missions because they are capable, trained, and dedicated professionals. As I said, these are measurable variables. So professionals who bring values and valuable perspectives and approaches to complex environments. Their impact is not always visible in statistics, but it changes the very atmosphere of the missions. The way the problems are analyzed, the way communities are engaged, and the way peace is envisioned. Of course, challenges, they remain everywhere. Access to leadership, recognition of contribution, structural barriers, etc. Addressing these issues is not only about fairness, this is something that we should keep in our mind, it is about improving effectiveness and strengthening peace itself. This is a microcosm of a larger truth. Empathy and inclusion are not sentimental ideals. They are operational assets in peacekeeping, diplomacy, and governance alike. So this principle, I just use it as an example, but this principle, it applies far beyond peacekeeping. Whether in national policy, international relations, or education, cooperation and inclusion build stability and innovation. Inclusive leadership does not replace existing structures or existing structures of authority. It enriches them. It strengthens institutions by ensuring that decisions reflect a broader understanding of reality and that all members of society feel represented and valued. Empathy helps leaders build bridges where mistrust exists, creating space for dialogue and compromise. And inclusion brings together diverse expertise, political, social, and cultural, making policy more adaptable to real human needs. When societies work together, combining experience, reason, empathy, leadership becomes not only more human, but also more effective. This is the kind of leadership that sustains nations through uncertainty. And education, this beautiful surrounding here, education has a central role in preparing future leaders for this kind of world. Having spent more than 25 years in teaching, I have seen how deeply young people care about justice, how they care about peace, and how they care about environment. They seek meaning in leadership, not just authority, but purpose. In classrooms, young people, they learn not only knowledge, but also values, right? I spoke a while ago about responsibilities. So when we teach also patience, respect, and a sense of shared responsibility. These are the same qualities that strengthen diplomacy and governance. When we teach empathy, we teach the ability to negotiate and to cooperate. When we teach inclusion, we nurture societies that are stable, peaceful, and forward-looking. Universities, as I said, play an essential role in shaping the next generation of leaders who can balance confidence with compassion and strength with understanding. Our world is changing rapidly, and with it, the definition of leadership must evolve. The challenges we face cannot be solved through competition alone. They require collaboration, cooperation, across borders, generations, and perspectives. Empathy and inclusion are not signs of weaknesses. They are the quiet strength that make nation resilient, policies effective, and peace sustainable. So let us continue to build the leadership among both men and women that values connection as much as conviction and cooperation as much as courage. Because when empathy guides policy and inclusion shapes power, leadership becomes not only effective, but a foundation for lasting stability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvia. And now, last but not least, we're moving forward to the last panel of the day under the topic Growth That Lasts, Scaling Sustainable Strategies. And let's welcome together the moderator for the session, Seema Gupta, the co-founder and CEO of Climate Scale Up, and the panelist for this panel session, Ms. Kelly Harrison, Board Director of Whitby Wood. Dr. Jawahar Al-Farhood, Specialist Sustainability Policy and Advocacy at SABIC, Engineer Hadil Ali Al-Qahtani, Project Manager Renewable Projects Development, the Principal Buyer, Engineer Nof Abdulghani, Head of Environmental Sustainability, Saudi Principal Buyer, and Reem Al-Afalik, Sales Development Manager at DHL Express, Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the stage, ladies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel, Growth That Lasts, Scaling Sustainable Strategies. It's a privilege to be here with such an accomplished group of leaders representing the full spectrum of sustainability, from industry and energy to logistics and the built environment. We often talk about sustainability as a goal, but for it to endure, it has to scale. The real question is, how do we embed sustainability in the very fabric of growth so it lasts economically, environmentally, and socially? With that, let's begin by hearing briefly from each of our panelists. Could I ask each of you to please introduce yourself, your name, company, and a few words about your background within sustainability? Dr. Jawahar.
Thank you, Seema, and Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Jawahar Al-Farhood from SABIC. I work as a sustainability specialist. My role, I oversee and monitor global regulatory and policy topics in relation to chemicals and material sector. Thank you.
Engineer Hadil.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Hadil Al-Qahtani. I'm a project development manager from the Principal Buyer. If you allow me, I would like to briefly introduce the Principal Buyer. It's a government-owned entity. Its prime or main responsibility is to procure power from utility scale and sell that power to large consumers. Our mandate covers renewable energy and thermal generation. And we do or we act as the central counterparty in IPP projects. I'm an electrical engineer. I started my career with Saudi Aramco. I've moved to the principal buyer, and currently I'm leading the development of solar energy projects exceeding a capacity of 12 gigawatts.
Thank you. And Engineer Nouf?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure of being here. Thank you, Seema. I'm Noura Abdulrahman, the Head of Environmental Sustainability at the Principal Buyer with my colleague Hadid. She just introduced the Principal Buyer's mandate, and I support basically through that mandate to ensure sustainability is in the heart of that mandate. And my previous experience spans the public sector and both the public sector and the private sector. For the private sector, I worked in the United States in the renewable energy sector, after which I continued my career here in Saudi under the public sector, the Ministry of Energy specifically, doing renewable energy integration and renewable energy projects.
Thank you. Reem?
Good afternoon, everyone. If you would allow me, I just want to express how truly honored I am to be here, to be part of this inspiring panel discussing sustainability for better future for our generations to come. My name is Reem Al-Afalig. I work as a sales planning and development manager in DHL Express, Saudi Arabia. DHL is the world's leading logistic company connecting people and improving lives in over 220 countries. We're also proud to be leading the way in sustainable logistics. For us, sustainable logistics or green logistics isn't a side initiative. It is in our core bottom line in our DHL 2030 vision. And for us, sustainability is how we truly future-proof our global trade.
Thank you. And Kelly?
Thank you. Thanks for having me again today on the stage. My name is Kelly Harrison. I'm on board director at Whitby Wood. We're a engineering and sustainability consultancy that works across Europe, from London and Italy, the Middle East from Serbia and Dubai, and Singapore, and India from our Mumbai and Pune offices. And my background is as a chartered structural engineer, but I'm now working, I'm leading our sustainability consultancy department, where we're working with investors and looking at how to decarbonize.
Thank you for all those introductions. To start, let's ground our discussion in what sustainable growth really looks like when strategy becomes practice. We often hear about national visions, net zero targets, and decarbonization goals. But the question is, how are these ambitions translated into tangible projects, procurement decisions, logistics, and material choices that truly drive change? Let's begin with policy and industry perspective. Dr. Jawahar, as one of the kingdom's leading industrial champions, SABIC sits at the intersection of growth and sustainability. How do you reconcile these two forces, ensuring industry expansion strengthens rather than compromises sustainability goals?
So the petrochemical industry stands at a pivotal crossroad between the need for economic growth and at the same time the continuous global calls for sustainability. Balancing these two forces requires redefining the growth, not as an expansion at any cost, but as the creation of long-term valuable sustainability goals. At SABIC, we don't see sustainability as a compliance requirement. We see it as the heart of, and it is actually embedded in our, at the heart of our business.
model. We see it and we view it as a driver for competitiveness and innovation. We continue to channel resources into low carbon, circular and performance material, with innovation being the center of this strategy, with more than 2,000 researchers works in SABIC and almost 11,000 patents. We continue to pioneer technologies that help to lower emission and close material loops. We had the world's first electrically heated steam cracker furnace, which is a breakthrough in energy efficient production. Last year, we also commissioned our hydrotreatment unit of our demo plant in Gilin for advanced recycling that produces pyrolysis oil that helps to create and from mixed used plastic waste, which help to produce a certified circular product. And of course, we have many initiatives, many innovations, but we believe that progress at this scale needs collaboration to ensure that policy, innovation and market model grow together at the same time and at the same speed. By this integration, we can, SABIC's growth can accelerate sustainability to achieve our environmental growth in alignment with Saudi 2030 vision. So we are in alignment with sustainability. We are not competing with it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. And Engineer Hadil, from your vantage point, leading renewable project development, how are these national ambitions and sustainability targets being operationalized in large-scale IPP projects? What enables these projects to grow quickly yet responsibly?
Well, from my experience, I have witnessed how the Kingdom's ambitions for sustainability were translated into action through clear and well-structured framework. We call it the National Renewable Energy Program, NREP, which the principal buyer implements under the supervision of the Ministry of Energy. NREP success is built on 5 guiding principles that we follow and have truly succeeded in making our large-scale IPP projects grow fast but yet responsibly. These 5 guiding principles are, first of all, maximizing competitiveness through open and transparent tender that attracts the participants while ensuring that we qualify the capable developers. Second of all, ensuring fairness, transparency, and professionalism with clear process and constant communication with our investors to raise their confidence in the program. Third, making or maximizing value for the kingdom through localization requirements which stimulate the local supply chain, creates jobs, and transfer expertise. Fourth, we have de-risking, and actually this one is very interesting. We actually do conduct pre-development studies, we do resource measurements, we start stakeholder engagements before we even tender these projects to ensure that our project would move smoothly once awarded. Finally, we timeliness by following, strict schedule, effective shareholder engagement, etc. Our projects have been advancing at record pace. By staying true to all of these guiding principles, NREP have repeatedly developed projects that are bankable, that are cutting edge and on schedule, while maximizing social and economic value for the kingdom.
Wonderful, wonderful. Engineer Nouf, given your experience leading national scale renewable and environmental initiatives, how do you define sustainable growth in the context of Saudi Arabia's evolving energy market?
All right, so I correct the energy economy in Saudi Arabia is vastly growing, and that is because of the new economies in the kingdom also growing its energy demands. And so basically we would have to I mean, the energy transition strategy for the energy, what is it called? The energy sector, basically the heart of the energy transition strategy is to have growth that lasts, and through the overarching objective of sustainability. And such as Dr. Johara mentioned, we have to balance economic growth with social and environmental stewardship. And I think here technology is key, and the energy transition strategy for Vision 2030 is that increasing renewable energy technology portfolios by integrating, such as Hadil mentioned, renewable energy technologies such as solar and wind. So advancing, our technology portfolio and with different technologies will not only help us, grow our and feed our energy demands, but also with that creating the expertise that are needed, creating the jobs, also localizing the technology. So I think, again, balancing our economic growth with our social and environmental stewardship here through technology is key.
Great. Reem, DHL is the backbone of global logistics. How is DHL integrating sustainability into its operations? From electric fleets and green logistics to carbon neutral supply chains, what lessons can industries learn from this transition?
Great question. At DHL, we embedded sustainability at the core of our operations, not as an initiative, as an obligation, since over 90% of our global footprint comes from air transport. Therefore, our best and biggest lever for change is sustainable aviation fuel. And we provide that through our service, Go Green Plus, where we enable customers to inset carbon emission within their own supply chain, achieving carbon reduction and real carbon reduction verified by SGS. Therefore, the data is transparent and measurable with powerful impact. And our commitment goes beyond the skies. On the ground, we are advancing our fleet operations and sustainability. We already operate electric vehicles and electric forklifts. And granted, it is still developing. However, we are expanding that footprint every year. And when we look at new facilities or a new fleet, we consider, actually we prioritize sustainable designs, and such as LED lighting and solar panels and energy efficient systems. Because our global target is for DHL is to achieve by 2030 30% in sustainable aviation fuel and 60% in electric last mile vehicles. And we truly believe that sustainability and growth can and must move together. It's no longer a trade-off. It is a growth factor, and it is our growth factor.
Thank you. Kelly, in the built environment, how are you bringing low-carbon materials and circular design into mainstream development while maintaining commercial viability and safety standards?
Yes, that's the big question. I think the way we're approaching it is to think a little bigger than the normal single building. So for 20 years now, I've been designing buildings, most of which has been sustainable, I believe. But quite often there are barriers to that. And we did a big piece of work around 6 years ago now. We're looking at our specified emissions and how we can reduce them. And it became quite apparent as consultants, we didn't have all the agency because we weren't making the financial decisions, and we had to comply with certain safety standards. And so we started to think a bit more laterally about how to do that, and through that I developed our new services, where with some of the larger companies and larger developers do this inherently and think long-term and about long-term value, but smaller developers and individual projects don't always get that ability. And so what we're doing is working with real estate investors that have global or continent-wide portfolios, setting KPIs with them, finding out what they need to meet regulatory requirements, what they need to meet business plan or their key objectives, and identifying high-value strategies, but in specific relation to each site that they're looking at, because each location has a certain climate risk, each location has a different energy transition situation, and each location has its own constraints and surroundings and neighbours, but also community and local businesses that it can impact, and local supply chains that could be utilised. And so what we're trying to do is bring all of those things together and write specific for each real estate acquisition within a portfolio, write specific KPIs and requirements, and then help steward the design process right from pre-acquisition all the way to completion, to make sure that those investors then have very consistent data across their portfolio where they can learn lessons.
That's amazing. Now that we've explored how sustainability moves from strategy to implementation, let's shift to how it scales. No single organization can do this alone. Scaling sustainably requires deep collaboration across supply chain sectors and disciplines. It's about aligning incentives, sharing knowledge, and co-creating systems that make sustainable choices the default, not the exception. Let's explore what collaboration looks like in practice. Dr. Jawahar, how does SABIC work across supply chains, regulators, and partners to align on sustainability standards and accelerate adoption across industries?
As you mentioned, Seema, sustainability cannot be achieved in isolation. It actually requires an intensive collaboration across the value chain. Our approach in SABIC is based on three main pillars: partnership, transparency, and innovation, which together embody our branding chemistry that matters. So we work proactively with regulators and policymakers. We are also having a very active role in the global and regional dialogues through lots of platforms like the World Plastic Council and the International Council of Chemical Association, ICCA, and the Gulf Petrochemical and Chemical Associations, and many more, where SABIC provide technical expertise to help deliver science-based and harmonized standards for circularity and product stewardship. So we see the partnership as a catalyst for this transformation. We work with big players like Saudi Aramco, ISO, and global big brand names to make sure and support each other in scaling up advanced recycling solution to provide closed-loop systems for plastics. Last year in 2024, we commissioned in SABIC the installation of one of the first and largest solar panels in our manufacturing facilities in Belgium. And that was in collaboration with our partner, the Dutch startup company, Solarge. With this integration between policymaker engagement, innovation, SABIC actually works as a bridge between industry, society, and government to make sure that we are all transitioning toward lower circular carbon economy.
But thank you so much for that response. Engineer Hadil, what partnerships or cross-sector collaborations have been most effective in helping renewable IPPs overcome barriers from financing to local supply chains?
Okay, so partnership has been at the heart of the program success. The Ministry of Energy set the foundation with a clear and long-term vision for renewable deployment, which gave the local and international investors the confidence to commit capital at scale. At the same time, SERA, the Saudi Electricity Regulatory Authority, played a very important role to ensure fair and transparent and also stable market rules where private developer would have the confidence to compete at a level playing field. Additionally, one of the biggest enablers has been the principal buyer's independent and strong credit rating, which enabled signing of long-term power purchase agreements without sovereign guarantees. All of these and this structure have actually reduced the risks. It shortened the financial close period. It increased competition, and accordingly, it resulted in lower tariffs for the kingdom.
That's very impressive. Thank you. Engineer Nouf, you've worked on projects spanning geothermal exploration to large-scale energy storage. What are the biggest enablers that make these innovations move from pilot to national scale?
Right, so I think just working with the energy ecosystem for a long period of time, previously working with the Ministry of Energy, we were surrounded by a lot of great ideas from whether individuals, startups, and really seeking enablement to accelerate their ideas. And I think previously in the Ministry of Energy and as an energy ecosystem as a whole, we usually direct these startups or organizations through with three different enablers. The first one being access to capital, whether we help them allocate capital or work with them to ensure that that sunk cost of creating that proof of concept is necessary and needed and has to be accepted, help them through that, whether through partnerships or through collaboration with, let's say, proof of concept programs in the kingdom. But also the second enabler we work with them a lot on is access to infrastructure, which is basically they need labs, we provide that to universities and research entities. Also data is a big one. Usually in the energy sector, it is data intensive, and we get a lot of proof of concepts which need data to further enhance. So we try to allocate that to having a great data management office and collaboration through the ecosystem. Also, we help such ideas to accelerate through partnerships with manufacturing if they need scale-up
collaboration in terms of taking that all reducing costs to actually move beyond proof of concept and minimum viable product. The last enabler we provide them is strong policy. Usually, if there is a new technology, such as we did with battery storage, we will find that there is gaps in regulation. So we try to strengthen policies, enhance frameworks to really enhance flexibility in market design, which basically help them really institutionalize their ideas into reality.
Wonderful. Reem, logistics sits at the center of global trade. How do you see collaboration between suppliers, clients, and governments driving more sustainable logistics solutions? And what role does digitalization play in this transformation?
Great question. So for that, I echo Dr. Noura when mentioning that real sustainability does not exist in isolation. Yeah? So especially in the supply chain. As in supply chain, it's not a silo. Yeah. So for us, for DHL Express, yeah, our progress and DHL Group in general, our progress depends on collaboration. So whether we are suppliers in fuel like BP and Neste, who supply us over 800 million liters of sustainable aviation fuel, or our customers who invest in our products, who Go Green Plus, or the regulators who allow transparent visibility and carbon reporting. And when it comes to digitalization ties it all together. For example, we offer certified CO2 reporting verified by SGS. And we do that through our data tools and our platforms in reporting carbon emissions. We give businesses the opportunity to see their own Scope 3 emission, to be able to transform sustainability from being a statement into strategy. And we can say that true sustainability or true collaboration is when suppliers innovate and when customers invest and when policymakers incentivize. That is when we create a logistic network that is cleaner, more efficient, and more competitive. And that is when that kind of collaboration is what turns sustainability from being efficient into action.
Thank you for that. And finally, Kelly, how do you see collaboration between designers, engineers, and policymakers closing the gap between prototype, sustainable projects, and industry-wide adoption?
I think, personally, for example, to answer this one, I'm thinking of a project we recently did, a pan-European project that we led with collaborators from the UK, the Netherlands, and Spain, where we had ourselves as the engineers, we had architects, we had academia, research institutions, prop tech developers, and communications experts, all on a team, where we created a web platform, which you can see at www.opt.org, spelled O-P-T-O-E-E-N. And it's a Dutch word, and it means topping up or adding on top. And this is something in terms of European cities, they obviously post-industrial revolution spent their carbon budget building very better cities, and so we need to keep as many buildings as possible there. And so the whole concept is to lower our embodied emissions to be add on top rather than demolish and rebuild. And the idea was that the web platform would encourage policy to enable that more easily. And so we provided a tool where you can put your building in and see what you can add on top. We gave 100 case studies, we gave some more details than others. We sure technically from a structural point of view to add between 8 and 16% of the floor area of each city onto the city again, which is huge. I mean, for London, that's 500,000 two-bedroom flats, which is a third of the UK government's housing target to 2030. And when we start identifying as a team and collaboration and with a communication strategy, levers like this can actually start to change and influence policy.
Thank you so much. As we approach the close of the session, I'd like to look forward. Each of you represents a critical piece of the sustainability ecosystem, and together you're shaping how the next decade of growth will unfold. So I ask in our final segment if each of you can give a short, perhaps one-sentence, forward-looking action, initiative, or prediction that you believe will define the future of sustainable growth in your field.
For SAPIC, we are so excited to, as I mentioned, for how we look into sustainability as a catalyst and opportunity for growth, not separate from our business performance. Actually, it's an essential part of how we stay future ready and competitive. And we are very excited to continue our effective support to the Kingdom Circular Platform Economy framework, which reflects how we define our role by using recapturing and recycling capital and also utilizing innovation to achieve the Kingdom and the global environmental goals. And being here in the Women Forum, one of the most inspiring things that we look into in SAPIC is the growing number of leadership of women who help to shape this transformation and who is now a critical part of SAPIC achieving their sustainability targets and vision. Is SAPIC empowering female in science and sustainability is not just a diversity milestone, it actually influences how we talk, collaborate to solve global challenges.
Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to mention that with the rapid increase in renewable capacity in the kingdom, the necessity for energy storage has become an essential point to ensure that the energy is stable, affordable, and also there is around the clock availability and reliability. We have actually started the work in this area as a principal buyer, and our vision is to ensure that energy is not only clean and affordable, but also to make it dependable and reliable. Thank you. Maybe to add on that, I think sustainability experts always say that money likes ESG, and basically to explain that simply, when organizations interlink capital operations with ESG, they're basically creating their roadmap, and that's exactly what we're doing at the principal buyer, is basically identifying ESG issues through answering the question, does this create financial impact or not? So for example, and that right there gives you the roadmap. So for example, when it comes to the E, environment, what might create financial impact? For us, it's carbon taxes in the future. So to solve that ESG issue, you assess your carbon footprint and contribute to renewable energy for carbon offset, along with other environmental initiatives. Another financial impact for governance, for example, would be, increasing the issue would be lack of transparency, and
which represents, let's say, might represent stakeholder distrust in the future, and also lack of investment, so you need to solve that. Lastly, the social aspect is labor and supply chain integrity. That might have financial impact, so working on solving those issues would create the ESG roadmap. So interlink both financial aspects with ESG, and you'll have your ESG strategy right there.
So for us, I believe that a real shift can happen when sustainability becomes mainstream and measurable. And by that, I mean when every shipment carries a verified carbon value, just like price, weight, that's when choosing a sustainable option becomes automatic. And when that happens, and when transparency becomes the norm, that's actually when businesses will be competing in carbon performance, just as they do with cost and speed. And by that is how sustainability can truly scale.
As a structural engineer, I think my answer would be the rollout and scale of innovations and zero emissions, so that keep on quick. But I think also on a personal level, the biggest driver would be a change from our sort of extractive linear and capitalist economic model into something more circular and more regenerative. And I've definitely learned from listening to talks today that women are the ones that really step up in that in terms of crisis. So I think this is a great platform to be exploring that.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists for your thoughtful insights, and to our audience for joining us on this important conversation. What we've heard today is that growth that lasts isn't about scale, it's about alignment. Alignment between industry and innovation, policy and practice, ambition and accountability. The path forward is clear when sustainability is built into every decision, not as a constraint, but as a catalyst. Scale follows naturally. Thank you.
What a great way to end the second day of the forum. Thank you so much, Olga. What a great evening we had, a great second day, and a great way actually to end this day. And of course, as we conclude today's session, we'd like to express our heartfelt thanks to all the attendees who came today, and all the panelists, the speakers, and of course, we would love to once again thank and have a big gratitude for our forum's partners who made this day live, actually. Thank you so much, Olga.
Thank you so much. And I would like to say thank you so much to our wonderful, amazing presenter, Gader. She was absolutely inspirational. We loved your energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, the second day is over. Thank you for those who stayed with us until the end. Really, really appreciate. The forum is live streamed, so many people around the world could witness this wonderful presentations, all the wisdom from our wonderful speakers. We are all very, very inspired by what we heard today. And of course, this is my pleasure and my duty to thank again all the partners and supporters of the forum, because without you, it would not be possible. So thank you very much to Women Leadership Center at Princess Noura University. We are very grateful for your hospitality. We are so happy to be here. for, for a female platform to be hosted by world's biggest female university is a privilege. It is an honor. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much to the Arab National Bank for your support. Thank you so much for the incredible support of DHL Express Saudi Arabia. I really would like to give a special applause to the team, to their speakers, to everyone who really helped the forum and our first art initiative, art exhibition. Those who didn't have a chance to visit the exhibition yet, you must come back tomorrow and see the exhibition in the black box. And this exhibition has been possible because of the support of DHL Express Saudi Arabia. They helped us to shape this wonderful artworks from all around the world. Thank you so, so much. We would like to say thank you to Riyadh Regional Municipality. We would like to say thank you to Women in Energy Association, Rukun Creative Exchange, the National Museum of Saudi Arabia, Ministry of Culture, Principal Buyer, Lucid Group, Nayara Catering, Al-Mashtal Center, Jared Hotel, Marini, Ag Fund, Saudi Electricity Company, Al-Fanar, Saudi Arabian Botanical Society, Sigul Marketing, Quintessentially Experiences, United Nations, Global Travel Solutions, Michaela Oliveira, Yara Shoemaker, UN Joint SDG Fund, Sotheby's, Climate Scale Up, Next Level, WAVE, Saudi Business Council, Art Infusion TV, the Parliamentary Society for Arts, Fashion and Sports, ELAF, and Arab Times News. Thank you so much for your support. On this note, I'm ending the second day of Great Women Forum in Riyadh. And of course, we can't wait to welcome you back tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And by the way, we're going to start sharp at 12 o'clock. Please do not be late. And tell everyone to come and support us by your presence. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
I guess you try to